Welcome to Cosmic Comics, Games and Collectibles, your zen of geekism. We carry comics old and new, magazines, toys, games like Pokemon, Magic, D&D. Want Godzilla, Ultraman, Star Trek, Ninja Turtles, Funko Pops? You'll find it all here. Shop our Cosmic Sound Room and pick up a record or two. Enjoy our Comic Coffee Lounge with a cup of Sasquatch coffee or a delicious menu item while geeking out over a super cool movie on our big screen. Come by and say hello to Maui. Cosmic Comic, Games and Collectibles. Superman loves us, and so will you.
Hi everyone, Daphne Lage here. Join Nita Lanning and me on the Ragin' to the Vlogs show, where we talk about everything, nothing, and all the bits in between. Looking for hour-long conversations about indie comics, social media marketing, and crowdfunding, with the occasional rant and story time? Head on over to the Ragin' 2 channel on YouTube, Mondays through Fridays at 11 a.m. Eastern to join in the chat.
Hit the button.
Good morning, evening, afternoon, wherever you are. It's a special edition of the Critical Blast podcast. I am RJ Carter, Senior Managing Editor here at CriticalBlast.com, Chief Envelope Licker for Critical Blast Logistics, myopic proofreader for Critical Blast Publishing, and I answer the phones for the Critical Blast consulting business. Yeah, we do that. Apparently, people will pay you money just to talk to them about stuff. Dan Pleagle, Boob Dan Art, is already here. Glad to see you here, Dan. Appreciate you being here, taking some time away from doing some Goblin Girl for the fans. Today, we have a special guest all the way across the Atlantic Ocean. Yeah, you thought I was going to say the pond, because that's the kind of pretentious prick thing that Americans like to say when they like to say, oh, we're Anglophiles there across the pond. No, it's the Atlantic Ocean. He's all the way over there. It's a time zone difference thing, which is why we're doing it at noon today. Please welcome with me to the show the creator of Ed Gein Demon Hunter, Mr. Lucifer Storm, and our special guest host who also knows a thing or two about some horror and some Ed Gein, Mr. Hart D. Fisher. Gentlemen, welcome to the program.
Hello, good sir. How the devil art thou?
Good to see you guys.
It's good to see you too, man.
You know, every day above ground's a good one, I say.
Yes.
So, gentlemen, I mean, I don't even know where to start on this, which, you know, just shows my deficiencies as a host. But, you know, I'll start with Lucifer because, you know, you've got this open project here. Now, you've done a couple of crowdfunders. You've done Lady Satan, which at first I thought there's already a Lady Satan, but I was confusing her with Madam Satan, which was an Archie comic character.
Yes.
And then Hart, you've also come out with some crowdfundings recently with Bill the Bull. Have you done another? I know you've done another one. I can't recall the title of it.
Well, we haven't done a second crowdfunding. I mean, I've had a real problem getting the Buildable Omnibus finished because, frankly, in the midst of, like, I finished my campaign and I went into my film festival last year, but we had to do an emergency move out of my property because of mold. I was mold poisoned, and it was really, I mean, just unbelievably bad. I mean, folks, I got to tell you, if you've got a mold problem and you've got brain fog or you've got nausea in the morning, get the hell out of the house. I mean, it's the mold, guys. So we had to do a crazy last minute move out of our studio last year in November. And then when that happened, everything got tossed to the wind. I couldn't find half the drives that had the old buildable stuff on it. And the artwork got moved from box to box. So right now I'm finally being able to finish the buildable omnibus. And the next thing we're going to do is Babylon Crush.
Cool.
We got a very active chat today here. Not only is Dan showing up, Metal Movies and Brewskis is here. Hey, glad to see you guys waking up.
Well,
with the crack.
you guys should know that Dan Plagle is one of the original Babylon Crush artists. He's a Boneyard Press artist. He started at Boneyard Press, and Dan's an old friend of mine.
Oh, fantastic.
I knew Dan was doing stuff. I just didn't know he was from Boneyard. So bit of history I did not pick up there. Now, the reason I got you both on here is because, Lucifer's got this book up, and I'm going to share the page. My computer will work a little bit faster when I click buttons. I really want to see stuff. This Ed Gein Demon Hunter, and you're up to issue 2.
Yep.
I'm sorry. I did not know. I knew it was an Ed Gein book, Mr. Storm, but I did not know it was Ed Gein Demon Hunter. That cracks me up because most people don't know that Ed Gein was actually kind of a pussy. Ed Gein was not a tough guy. Ed Gein was not like a Texas Chainsaw Massacre serial killer. He was a weird old dude that fucking wore dead women's skin. So I'm laughing about the notion that Ed Gein would hunt anything except for a corpse.
That's why you're going to love this book, Hart. I guarantee it.
Well, elevator pitch it to us, man.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm more than happy to. Ed Gein Demon Hunter is an adventure horror story unlike any other. It covers the 3 H's. There's a little bit of heroics. There's a little bit of humor. There's also a little bit of heart, preferably in a frying pan. So, this story takes place 7 years after Ed has died. He's been living in hell, repeating one moment of his life over and over again until one day Satan's right-hand man, a little hellspawn called Ezra, comes along and says, "We've got a problem and we think you're the best one to help out." Satan sits him down and says to him, "Look, we've got a demon that's escaped. Last time that happened, I went after them, and some bastard started a holy war in heaven in my name. I will never live it down. So I've got to stay here. I need a demon hunter, and I think you're the best person for the job." Ed's like, "No, I'm not. I'm the last person you should be asking." But Satan talks him into it and sends him back to Plainfield, Wisconsin in 1991 on his birthday of all days, August 27th. And Ed has to go out and capture that demon and bring that demon back. But in order to do so, he has to first of all tackle his internal demons before he can capture the deranged demon.
Okay, that's a lot to take in, but
yes,
I still don't understand why Satan would think Ed Gein's the right guy to hunt him down. I mean, anybody who knows anything about that serial killer, he's kind of a mama's boy candy ass. He's not really like some kind of badass. Why Ed Gein?
Why Ed Gein? Oh, that's a twist in the tale that I don't want to spoil for anyone who hasn't read issue 1 yet. But you
fuck him. Fuck them. You should have read issue 1 already, you sons of bitches, you cocksuckers. So we got a little fuck.
Okay.
In fact, I'm tired of sitting in the dark here. I'm going to come out into the sunlight. So, hey, cocksuckers, fucking spoiler alert. What the fuck happened? Why Ed Gein?
Because at the end of issue 1, Ed discovers that the escaped deranged demon that's determined to destroy everything from heaven to hell and in between is in fact his mother, Augusta Gein. So it's kind of a punishment for him.
Okay, so that makes sense.
So it's not just that you're the best man to help us. It's like, we got another way to fuck with you now.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
You mean like my cat here?
I do. We didn't think we were going to get a shot of your pussy on here tonight, Hart.
Well, I got to show my mangina every once in a while.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to let it come out for air.
Love cats. I'm very much.
All right, so this is my mother's cat, Sandy. My mother passed away. It's funny that you talk about Ed Gein's mom, and the cat shows up because these cats I adopted when my mom passed last year. I never thought I'd be in my 50s with my mom's cats, but God damn it, they're here.
They're here and showing you the butt, as cats are wont to do. So this is Augusta Gein here in this particular scene of horror in a bar, because I'm like, this is probably not alcohol splashed on the wall.
Oh no, it's definitely not alcohol.
Alcohol? I need a refill. Keep talking, Lucifer.
No worries.
Get that refill here.
I need more Jack and Coke. You fuckers woke me up early.
Did you put any caffeine in that, Hart? So I noticed on this campaign,
I'm listening. Keep talking, Lucifer.
Don't worry, we will.
There's a distinct lack of taxidermied nipples on this campaign.
Yes, there is, because with the first campaign, we did have 10 taxidermy nipples made for select backers, and the campaign finished, and then Indiegogo messaged me and went, guess what, we're not going to give you any money until you take the nipples off, and if anyone's bought them, you have to refund them. And I was like, good, no one's bought them. Someone did ask if they could have one, and I was like, as you have the audacity to ask, you can have 2, because no one bought them. So I'm now left with 8 nipples, which means you can now clip that and take that completely out of context. I reckon that will make a great ringtone, me going, I've now got 8 nipples. So yeah, I had to end up taking them down after the campaign had finished, just so that they would give me the fucking money that we had raised.
And you know, why would anybody want to buy just one nipple? You know, you're going to wear both of them, right?
This is true. Well, I was hoping
I wear 3.
Yeah, see?
I was going to say, you could always
3 nipples are good.
Right?
Besides, how are you meant to make a nipple belt if you've only got one nipple?
Well, it's the buckle.
You got to be like what's the Christopher Lee character in The Man with the Golden Gun.
There you go.
3 nipples. Got to be 3 nipples, baby.
So now, of course, this was a thing because Ed Gein, much like Jack the Ripper, and I guess that's a serial killer tell. Is like, hey, we've got a dead body. You think it was a serial killer or just a random mugging? Well, she'd been stabbed through the heart. Oh, and her tits have been cut off. Okay, yeah, we've got a serial killer.
Yeah.
Just another day at Otto Bauer Studio.
Yes, exactly. Speaking of studio, I'll switch screens here because Hart is running American Horror's studio, which is like, you watch horror movies here, and I didn't fill this in yet. That you've got to be 18 years or older to watch. Hart, what are you playing on there, man? I mean, what's a typical lineup on this network?
All right. Well, I'm trying to find some place where I'm not just sitting in silhouette. So let me sit on the floor here for a minute and get a little bit of light, so I'm not just some asshole in the dark. There we go. Now you guys can see me. At American Horrors, one of the great things about American Horrors is it's a completely uncut channel. We recently had somebody go on the Facebook page to complain about the My Pillow ad, and the My Pillow ad involves a gentleman who was dealing with cancel culture, and I'm an uncut kind of guy. I'm a First Amendment guy. So for that viewer who had a problem with the My Pillow guy on American Horrors, go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck off. Fuck you. Go suck a dick. Fuck off. We are not about censorship at American Horrors. American Horrors is completely uncut. My work has been banned, burned, and blacklisted. I was banned from Wikipedia for 10 years. One of the biggest distributors of comic books literally burned my Jeffrey Dahmer comic book. So if you think for 1 minute I'm going to participate in your cancel culture bullshit, go fuck yourself, asshole. Fuck off and die. Choke on a dick. Or better yet, choke on a dead vagina. Fuck you. Oh, wait. Hi, I'm Hart Fisher from American Horrors. Let me tell you what I really think.
And when I got Lucifer to agree to come on our show, because it was an Ed Gein book, the first thing I did think of was like, oh, I need to get Hart on here because of your experiences with the Jeffrey Dahmer book, which Lucifer seems to be having none of with the Ed Gein book.
It's a different day and age. You never, the thing is, you never know what's going to set people off. You really don't.
Yeah.
There's no way to predict what's going to get you canceled. And here's what I would tell creators. There's a lot of artists that are scared right now, all right? There's a lot of creators out there that are terrified. Oh no, I might get banned from Twitter. Oh no, I might get tossed off of Facebook. Well, good. Get tossed off of Facebook. It means you're doing something right. It means you're doing something that left a goddamn mark. At American Horrors, we play horror movies from around the world that I call it the VHS age of horror, meaning that they're movies that didn't really make it to DVD. Like, we play a really good Spanish horror film called A Bell from Hell. And the film, the director actually killed himself after finishing the film, and he actually hung himself from the bell in the movie. So those are the kinds of films you could see on American Horrors. You're not going to see Chucky or Michael Myers or any of that same old AMC Halloween bullshit that they play every damn year. It's the same crap. We keep updating stuff. We've got original programming. We've got a great show out of Ireland hosted by Johnny Danger Deadly and the Giz called Gorecast. We've got a really good Mystery Science Theater 3000 kind of movie show called Riffhead that is on Friday nights. We've got another show called Groovy TV. We've got uncut music videos from Danzig, Slayer, Obituary, Witch Taint. Oh man, if you have not seen a Witch Taint video, you need to get tainted.
This is why I had Hart on here. Because there goes the monetization. Hope your channel. Hey, nothing happened in the first 30 seconds. That's why all the videos were there. So we're fun on that one.
What's the goddamn words I'm not supposed to say?
You can say whatever you want, man. I don't care what.
Well, there's been a couple of shows that I've been on recently where people are like, "Oh, dude, don't say that. I'm going to get banned on YouTube. Oh no, don't say this. I'm going to get." And I'm on this fucking show with a guy named Lucifer Storm, for Christ's sake. You should know, Lucifer Storm, that when I worked at Adult Films, I did a character called Chubby Satan, and Chubby Satan was me in a pair of red tights, a bad devil costume with a really cheap, shitty cape and a terrible hood. And I was wearing a Ronald Reagan plastic mask, a lot like the original Point Break. And I was impersonating my father. Hey, how's that dick taste? It tastes like your ass because it just came out of your ass.
Love it. Absolutely love it.
Yeah, well, we are monetized, which means that once every year to 14 months, we get our $100 check because that's how long it fucking takes.
yeah, that sounds about fucking right.
So, if they demonetize one video, I'm not going to notice it.
Well, I got to tell creators, guys, YouTube is garbage, folks. YouTube is utter fucking garbage. They're all censorious. They purposely demonetize horror creators who create anything that's more than PG-13. Now, folks go, well, what does that mean? It means that it's an excuse. It's an excuse for YouTube to keep all the money. They're not giving you the money. They still got ads rolling on your content. They still got advertisers, but son of a bitch, they still want to keep all the money. So remember that when you're dealing with YouTube. They're bastards. They're censorious bastards. Same way with Twitter. I mean, we'll find out what happens with Musk buying it. But for the most part, it's another censorious entity that can't wait to ban a horror creator. And the thing that folks got to remember is the most important speech to protect is that which the people don't like. That's the point. That's what they go after first. Every goddamn time they go after the stuff that's marginalized to get you conditioned to think it's okay for censorship. So censorship is okay because I'm a private corporate entity? Fuck you. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me get that in there. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. I'm a lot more cranky when you get me out of bed a couple hours early.
I'm with you, Hart. I am completely anti-censorship. There's no two ways about it. My philosophy is the only stuff that's normally censored is the truth. Why would anyone want to censor lies when they can censor the
exactly.
truth?
A lie falls down on itself. A lie is something that collapses on its own bullshit. And the truth will live on. The truth will come out. As we've seen, like Oh, I don't know. Here in America, the FDA just came out and talked about how the Johnson & Johnson medical experiment jab is giving people heart attacks. Oh, they finally admitted it. Gee, a year fucking later, motherfuckers. Again, where's that middle finger? Right here, right here. To all you lockdown assholes, all you censorious liars that fucking kept people from medication that could help them so you could put them on a experimental medical. Fuck you. Sorry. I'm going crazy here.
No,
I'm up
please.
early. I'm up early and drinking
No.
Jack and Coke.
Go crazy. We can all go crazy on this stream. It's absolutely fine. Say what you need to say. Like I said, I'm very
Lucifer,
passionately.
you're over in the UK, right?
Yes.
So you've really undergone a lot of crazy stringent lockdowns, and there's some crazy stuff happening with Twitter over there where they're like arresting people in the UK for what they said on Twitter. They didn't say I'm going to go murder somebody. They didn't say I'm going to go kill somebody. They said, I don't really agree with this stuff you're saying about transgender, and I'm a single mom. So we're going to arrest a single mom for disagreeing with the transgender agenda. Now, that's a mud pit that I want to avoid, but the fact that a mom is being arrested for her tweets is ridiculous.
Absolutely. We've also had the police try to arrest an ex-police officer because he retweeted someone. We've also had a teenage girl who was paying like a tribute to her friend who had just died in a car crash by quoting rap lyrics from this guy's favorite song, but because it had the N-word in it, they arrested her for it. Even though
you mean the word nigger, right?
That's the one.
That's the one.
Okay, I'm not a child. I'm a grown adult. My grandmother was black. Okay,
Yeah.
My grandma is black. My Uncle Norman was black. All right. I grew up in a multicultural racial household. Now, I don't normally talk about this, but this childish issue of I can't say cunt, I can't say the word nigger is bullshit. It's just a fucking word. It has no power unless you give it power. Words are empty.
Completely agree.
Now, I don't advocate running around and throwing that word around. I don't advocate that at all. I'm just saying that we as adults need to be able to have adult discussions.
Yes, absolutely. Completely agree. Couldn't agree more. I'll quite happily sit here and say cunt. Christ, the last live stream I was on was only about an hour ago, and I said it twice.
Well, you are a Brit, so if you got a problem with these fucking cunts, it's normal.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, you know what? Lucifer has a book. That's why we're here, right?
Apparently so.
Yeah, it's.
I don't know why I let you wake me up and pull me out of bed hours early, you son of a bitch. I don't know. But folks, you got to donate to this. This sounds fantastic. Ed Gein, Demon Hunter, get the fuck out of here. That sounds like a book I want to read, man. That sounds like a book I want to buy.
I'm going to reload it just to make sure we got a baseline here because it was 887 this morning. It is. It's 887 now. I have done you no favors.
That'll change. That'll change.
But we only. Okay, this is because it's converting British pounds to U.S. dollars on my end. It's $100 U.S. away from funding with 12 days left. That's your first 30 days, right? I mean, you're going to do a second.
First 20.
Oh, you did the first 20 days. Okay.
Yep.
Why'd you do that?
I don't know. It just felt right. I did it with the first campaign, so I thought might as well carry that on.
Well, whatever works. I know people who've done, 14-day campaigns. Like, I'd just like to do a 2-week campaign and be done. Gives a sense of urgency. I'm looking at the pictures of Ed Gein in this, and every once in a while I'm thinking he's wearing a deerstalker cap like Sherlock Holmes, but that's not necessarily the case, I guess. Did you work? And I don't know who your artist is on this. Are you the artist as well, Lucifer?
No, Christian Rossi from Void Walker and Rad Rose and Trespasser. He's the man responsible for the art on this book.
Okay, so did he work from photo references of Ed? And we've lost Hart. Hart's lost his internet.
We have lost Hart. Yes.
We-
When I handed Christian the script, I also said, by the way, here's a lot of crime scene photos and photos of Ed Gein to reference from. In fact, in the first issue, I'll have to pull out this little 8-page preview we had printed up. There was a double-page spread that he referenced beautifully from one of the crime scene photos, which looks a little something like this. Oh, hello. There we go.
I'm giving you the full screen here, and then Hart got back in. Okay, there we go. Okay, so that's a reference to the live,
Yep.
the crime scene photo.
Yeah, he created this double-page spread from one crime scene photo that I sent him, and he's done it absolute justice. It's amazing, and that's in the first couple of pages of the first issue. Okay, so there's lots of stuff that's being referenced from actual crime scene photos and photos of Ed Gein. So he's put his heart and soul into this project as the artist. It's unbelievable.
It's beautiful looking stuff here, and I'm not normally somebody who likes the stark black and white. I mean, there's no grayscale in this. This is very much dark black and white, but it works.
Yeah. Absolutely. There's a tiny bit of grayscale that appears in issue 2 for the odd panel where you can tell he's used like a bit of zipper tone, which I think's absolutely great because that harkens back to good old outlaw comics, and that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to make an outlaw comic. In fact, that reminds me, I saw Hart's interview on Cartoonist Kayfabe, and you mentioned that you wanted to speak to Ed because you want to teach him how to make it hurt more. If you have any pointers you want to throw my way
All right, guys.
on how to make it hurt more, please do.
He's going to go get his laptop instead of the phone here because,
Cool, no
if
problem.
you're using Apple products on StreamYard, first of all, don't. It doesn't work well. Secondly, it will work better if you open the link in Chrome and not through any other thing that Apple prefers to use. Use the Chrome app and paste the link in there, and it will work mostly fine and dandy. He died again on the Apple, so he's going to the laptop, which is cool. We'll revisit that question when he comes back here.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Mama's really beating the tar out of him, which of kind of what she did when he was alive.
Yes, I did so much research for this book. Like before I even came up with the idea, I knew a fair amount about Ed Gein, and then I was like, okay, I'll refresh my memory before I get started on the script. And I learned so much more about the childhood abuse that he was subjected to and how early it started. Literally, the moment he could start walking, that's when she was like, right, now I can really give it to you. Like one of his earliest memories was of his mother when he was literally in diapers, just waddling around, and she tried pushing him down the stairs.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
So,
like you've got to be an absolute insane bitch to want to do something like that. But that's just the physical side of it. There was so much psychological torment as well. And this is a kid that had undiagnosed schizophrenia as well. So we do play with a lot of this stuff. Like there was so much that I found during the research that I was like, okay, I've got to add these little moments here, there, and everywhere, so that people, when they get into it, they can understand Ed a little bit more. Like one thing that was reported by so many people that knew him so well before he was arrested, they said he seemed like a nice old man, a bit quirky, bit weird. And they said that one thing he used to do that freaked him out is every now and then there could be absolute silence and he would start giggling like he was a little child. So throughout the story, there's these odd moments where Ed just starts giggling for no reason. And there's a couple of moments where there's stuff going on that's really horrible. It isn't funny, but he can't help himself. He just has to giggle.
That would definitely be creepy.
Yeah.
Did his mother have any criminal record? I mean, it sounds like she had, sociopathic serial killer instincts of her own. But
it certainly sounds that way. If you ask me, I believe that she was a covert narcissist. So out in front of other people, oh, I'm so good, I'm so nice, wearing that mask and being a phenomenal actress, But then behind closed doors, it's a very different story. But also, when the family moved to Plainfield, Wisconsin, she was very much someone who was like, no, we do not mingle with other people. We stay here on the farmhouse. We don't go outside unless it's to get groceries or like work on the farm. Apart from that, we just don't speak to people and stuff. She was very much a control freak. His father was an abusive alcoholic as well. So he was getting a double dose of it, and his brother seemed to come out of it unscathed, even though he was still a victim of this abuse. But it just goes to show that his brother's resilience was obviously a lot stronger than Ed's. And that's like a part of this book, is trying to point out that like no one breaks the same. Like everyone's very quick to sort of like turn around and go, he was a monster. No, what scares us is the fact that he's a human being. And that if we were him under the same circumstances, there's nothing to say we wouldn't have done the same things, or possibly worse. So I'm trying to scare people on like multiple levels with this book by pointing out like, no, he was a human being, just like you or me, just like your neighbor next door. Maybe your neighbor next door's a bit like this guy, you know?
Yeah, and now you've got me interested. I mean, you've had my interest. Now you have my attention, as the meeting goes. Because we hear when you hear about Ed Gein and these types, it's like Ed and the mother, and there's the relationship, and that's the abuse, and it's perpetuated when you see films like Psycho, because that's all you've got is Norman and the mother.
Yeah.
But you just mentioned that the father was in the home, and that he had siblings in the home, which muddles the picture now, because you've got to ask what was going on in these people's heads who lived in this environment and could see these things happening, and yet allowed it and didn't interfere with it.
Well, one thing that's very common is, let's say that my theory is right, and that Augusta had narcissistic personality disorder, that she was either a malignant narcissist or a covert narcissist. Then that could possibly explain why the father was an alcoholic. Because back in them times, getting a divorce, that wasn't looked upon like, people really didn't like that. That gave your family a bad reputation and a bad name. And if you've got a farm that you're trying to turn into your business, that's the last thing you want. So he probably stayed and thought, I can't get out of this, but I can survive it better if I get boozed up all the time, which then in turn makes him start becoming a bit of an abusive asshole as well. But the father did die of a heart attack, if I remember correctly, several years before the mother did. And by that point, his Ed's brother Henry, I think it was, he managed to get out of the house, managed to get his own place, and managed to meet someone, and was arranged to get married, and was trying to convince Ed, you need to do the same. But because Ed had only ever been used to that violent, abusive environment from such a young age, it was planted into his head, no, this isn't abuse, this is love. This is how we show love. And you must love your mother no matter what, because your mother is a saint, because she follows the word of God. Everyone who doesn't is a heathen, and so on. He had that hammered into him from such a young age. So his brother was found dead in the woods after like a hunting trip, and the theory is that was Ed's first victim. They reckon that Ed killed him, but they couldn't prove it, and they reckon that he killed him because his brother was like, you need to get away from mother, she is a bitch, and Ed was going to have none of it.
And that would, being the first victim, then that would be the where you get the taste of it, the taste of power, and whatever else serial killers feel. Hart, welcome back, man.
Having internet problems over here. You got to thank Spectrum. Thank you so much, corporate America Internet, that I paid extra money for the super duper business fucking hookup. Thank you so much for the great connection. Thank you.
Yeah, I have Cox here. I only have one, but the name of the internet company is Cox as well. And I'm hardwired in. I've got, I'm plugged into the router, and still StreamYard pops up and says, you need a stronger connection. I'm like, I'm going to wire into the router. It doesn't get any better than that. We were just talking about Ed Gein's home life, and I learned.
And you do a lot of movies and TV. You'll find out that wireless is garbage, and you want to be wired. Like when I host American Horrors, I have a wired microphone, and I found that the wireless, the lav mics, the all that shit, like, is a pain in the ass. Pain in the ass. I preferred hardwired.
Yeah, same.
Everything should be hardwired. Hart, you told me before the show, like last week when we were setting it all up, that you have some Ed Gein personal connections in your past here. One involving, yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
I want to hear more.
Well, Lucifer, I've dealt with a lot of satanic cults. I'm associated with Anton LaVey's family. I know Lucian Greaves. Lucian Greaves has been on my show. Lucian is the infamous person, the genius who got the Baphomet statue erected in front of the Oklahoma courthouse over religious rights. So I know a shit ton of Satanists, and I published the Ed Gein book, The True Gein, by Pat Gabriel, who was a professional wrestler. And we did the Richard Speck book, the Jeffrey Dahmer books. We did a book on Jesus Christ. We had a book called Snuff, with a short story written by Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker.
Wow, that's fucking awesome.
And this Satanist friend of mine stole Ed Gein's tombstone and went on tour with it.
Oh, that's awesome.
He stole the tombstone, and he took a bunch of grave dirt, and he was selling grave dirt of Ed Gein.
That's fucking incredible.
Did he take the stone back?
No, he got busted by the cops. They were on tour. It was the Angry White Male tour. He was on tour with Jim Goad from Answer Me, and there was a band that he was with, Bong Worm, I think it was, and Matt Zane had a film with him. Matt Zane is a Satanist known as the Lord Zane. I did a satanic horror film with him called Club Satan, the Witch's Sabbath. Shane was involved in that, but Shane was a coward that ripped off everybody he knew in Los Angeles and skipped town after ripping off the mob and went on the run for about a year. That's the guy who stole the Ed Gein tombstone. He ripped me off. He ripped off everybody in Los Angeles. And so I was left holding the bag on this really kind of shitty adult film that he made. And then Matt says I rescued the film. Matt says that I totally rescued it. So my friend Chris J. Miller, a horror director, said it's in his top 15 most evil films he's ever seen. Club Satan, The Witch's Sabbath.
And that airs on AmericanHorrors.net?
Hell no, we don't play any porno on American Horrors. American Horrors is a horror channel, but we don't play adult films. In fact, we play like a lot of sexually racy films, like a lot of because I'm an adult. I'm a grown adult, and so sex is part of life. So I play a lot of films that have nudity, that have full frontal nudity of like men and women, because I believe you got to have eye candy for both sexes. You know, it's not just about the boys. It's not just about the girls. It's about both. So we're here to titillate both audiences. No pun intended. We're here to titillate both audiences.
So how do people, is this a subscription service, or do you have like ads running? People could just go in and watch, and there it is. I mean, once you're in, how do you get in, I guess?
All right, so the American Horrors television channel is an old school, old style TV channel. That means it's a linear stream. That means that it's on Roku. If you do a search, you got to search American Horrors. You got to type it in all the way, because otherwise it's going to feed you American Horror Story. It's just going to keep feeding you American Horror Story. And yeah, they ripped me off. Fuck you guys. Fuck you assholes. We both know where American Horror started. It started with me in 2008, you fuckwads. You fucking licensed. No, I won't even go there. I'm not even going to go there about American Horror Story. They're a bunch of thieves. Fox is a bunch of thieves. Those guys at Fox, bunch of lying, stealing assholes. So American Horror started as a television show meant for Europe, in 2008. That's right, guys. American Horror started in 2008. And we became a television channel because of billionaire Alki David. Alki David is the unsung heir to the Coca-Cola bottling empire in Greece. And Alki is known as the mad billionaire. He's British, and he was in the British Army. Alki is one hell of a dude. And he started Film On, which was like more of a European version of Hulu. And so American Horror started over at Film On. We started as a pay channel. We started like HBO. But then, man, I didn't like that. That wasn't cool. That wasn't fun. I wanted more people at the party. I wanted more people to enjoy what we were doing, because we play horror films that never made it to DVD. We play horror films that came out on VHS. I work with a lot of film historians. So we'll play something like The Flesh and Blood Show, which is a really good UK horror film from the 70s involving a theater troupe that's on a barge. Like, Americans don't understand that theater in the UK is different than the United States. The United Kingdom has more stages, more stage plays, more actual theatrical productions than they have movie theaters, which is pretty cool. And so I will say that I was a bit of an Anglophile. In the late 90s, I had a British girlfriend, and I got to go to England. I got to stay in Surrey. I got to go to the church where they shot The Omen. I got to hang out in London for a week, and party it up and have a good time. So I feel like I've gotten a bit of a window into English culture that a lot of Americans don't have. And it's pretty amazing, actually, that Shakespeare is still such a powerful force in England, in Britain, and the written word, and the power of live performance is pretty amazing in the face of all the censorship that is happening over there. The censorship and the lockdown that's happening over in Britain and Ireland and Scotland is really frightening. The notion that they're trying to move everybody to this Chinese social code, this online code thing, is really, really frightening. Is there any elements of that in the Ed Gein Demon Hunter book?
Oh, no. Ed Gein Demon Hunter is completely uncensored. What
I mean, Lucifer, is do you think that in your writing of the book you were influenced by what's happening with this draconian lockdown, this draconian censorship and censoring doctors, censoring anybody who goes against the narrative is being pulled?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Because as I was explaining to RJ before you turned up, I've submitted this book to several publishers who have been like, this is a great book, but we're not going to publish it because it's about Ed Gein and you've made him the hero of the story. And I'm like, no, I've made him the lead of the story. And
he's the protagonist, proper English, in writing, he's the anti-hero. He is the protagonist, the lead character. That does not mean you condone his behavior, correct?
Absolutely. And I make that very clear in the book. There's no condoning of his behavior, but I do make sure to point out that his mother was an abusive cunt, okay, that she took it to vile extremes, and the kind of effect that it's had on him, and that it's okay to realize that he was a victim of her abuse, regardless of what he did. And some people don't like that.
I think that what you're saying is very important, Lucifer. I really do, because folks tend to want to demonize their monsters instead of understanding that the monsters are no different than you or me. They just have different hungers, and they're a product of their environment.
Yes, absolutely. We have a saying here in the UK: monsters don't get close to children, nice old men do.
What's it, the comedian that just got busted as a pedophile?
Was that Jimmy?
Yes. Yeah. I couldn't remember his last name. Jimmy something.
Are you thinking of Jimmy Savile?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I wasn't sure whether that was like they always thought it and now he's dead, or he died and like, oh yeah, now we proved it, or maybe he's not dead at all. I have He's not over here.
No, it's been a case of it was a huge cover-up for absolute decades. It was only once he died that some people started coming forward and going, no, people need to know the truth. And I feel that's very important. We should know the truth as soon as possible. People should not be like, this is... Okay, so in the past, I've had experience working with children who've been abused, like giving them therapy.
Lucifer, I gotta say, I also have worked a lot with at-risk kids. I've dealt a lot with people that have survived abuse. That's a big thing behind the scenes. The reason that my horror stories are so brutal, the reason that my horror stories strike home is because I'm a victim of sexual abuse. I'm a victim of violence. I'm a victim of these things, and so are my friends, and so are still the people that I associate with to this day. I'm working with a gentleman right now whose wife has been beating him up for the last 2 years.
Johnny Depp?
No, it's not Johnny, and the violence that my friend has endured is far worse than what Johnny went through. The gaslighting and the bullshit that this woman put him through, my friend, I'm not going to name him. He's out there somewhere. He might even hear this, but I'm a person that people can come talk to. So throughout my career, with Poems for the Dead and Still Dead, I've done a lot of work that talks about mental abuse, physical abuse, molestation, and rape. So a lot of these victims have talked to me. Like I was at a true crime convention in 2015 in Chicago, and I spent an evening in a hotel room with John Wayne Gacy's best friend. And we were talking about survivor's guilt. And he was talking about how upset he was that he never knew his friend was a killer. He felt terrible that he didn't figure it out. And I'm like, that's not your fault, man. That guy was lying to you.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Because it's good at putting on masks.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I've known 2 people in my lifetime who've gone on to murder, and one of them is still in prison now, serving a life sentence for murdering his girlfriend. Another one, he only got a couple of years, even though he killed his 6-month-old baby. And these were both people.
Here's a question I have for you. Wouldn't you consider? Do you know any war veterans? I have several war veteran friends of mine, and I train in martial arts. And when I train in the martial arts, I find that there's a different energy when I train with somebody who's a SWAT guy, a guy who is a corrections officer, a guy who's been a bank robber. One of my friends was telling me all about how he showed me how he dealt with a person that tried to stab him, and he stabbed the other person to death. And that's intense. That's really intense, working with that energy and working with people that have really, really killed somebody. It's a whole different thing. Like one of my friends is Anne Maria DeMars. And Anne Maria is a judo expert. Her daughter is Ronda Rousey. And most people don't know that Anne Maria was known for, as a judo person, for breaking arms. So when I met her, I was told, like, yeah, she's broken 9 arms. And so when she says, if you fuck with my kids, I'm taking your eye out with a spoon, she means it.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
a different energy. She's serious. And I don't mean that this is a psychopath. Anne Maria, if you're listening, I'm going to call you back soon. She's an amazing person, an amazing martial artist, is doing great work with Spirit Lake Games, doing video games to help Indians on the reservation in America learn math. A fantastic human being. So when you hear this and you realize, wait a minute, this fantastic human being has broken 9 arms. Yeah, she did. But she's still a fantastic human being. That's the dichotomy of what we do. One of my main guys is an Iraq war vet, and he's shot motherfuckers. He's stabbed motherfuckers. And so it's an interesting thing to work with somebody who has killed people, but for different reasons. So murder, obviously, in the human animal isn't the same. A lot of murder depends on, does the state condone what you're doing?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
One way of saying, am I going to get in trouble for this?
That's what we see here with cancel culture. My feeling about cancel culture and the online community is you've got a bunch of bullies. You got a bunch of cowards.
Yep.
You got a bunch of weak people, and they're looking for the safe target. We identified this person. This person is a villain. The guy from My Pillin's a villain. Trump's a villain. This guy's a villain. And now we're seeing this stuff with Russia. Why the hell are we confiscating stuff from a private citizen of Russia? Why are we doing that? That's fucking crazy. Why are Russian athletes not being allowed to compete? There's some crazy shit going on.
We have to show the world that we have a good heart, and that's why we cancel people, to show how good we are. Completely ironic, but
I'm with you, Hart. I fucking hate cancel culture. As far as I'm concerned, all the people involved with cancel culture, they can fuck themselves and fuck the horse they rode in on as well. Because I've spoken with a few people about this. I've spoken about it on shows before as well. People refer to it as a culture war, and I have to point out, no, this is a war of narcissists. That's what it is. You got some narcissists on the left, you got some narcissists on the right. They're both fighting for control, and most of us, we're stuck in the middle going, yeah, and we're the assholes who are fucking paying for it. We're the ones who are being forced so much bullshit through the mediums that we used to love. Like, look at what Marvel and DC are doing now. It's absolute horseshit.
It's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. I agree with you completely, Lucifer. I grew up with Marvel. I was a make mine Marvel. I was a Stan Lee, Nuff Said, Marvel Bullpen Bulletin guy. I loved Marvel. But what's happened now is this insanity, this I'm going to program the culture, the whole notion that Disney is supposed to speak up and be some iconoclast in Florida and fight for politics. Shut the fuck up. You make cartoons, Disney. Shut the fuck up. Your job is to entertain. At American Horrors, one of the great things I can say about American Horrors is, folks, ladies and gentlemen, there's no politics on the network, okay, guys? I specifically lost money by refusing any political ad during the last election. I lost money because I won't take drug advertisements for Zantac or Roundup or whatever garbage they're trying to poison you or your children with today. I refuse to have starving dog ads. I refuse to have starving children ads. American Horrors is escapist entertainment. It is a chance for you to take a break from your life and go have some safe horror. Go have some fun. Go check out, take a break from the garbage that life has become. I feel I have so much sympathy for every parent in the world right now. I have so much sympathy for every musician, every live performer. We work with a lot of bands from Italy, and God, the lockdown there is so goddamn awful. And this notion of mandatory experimental jabs, this notion that it's mandatory for you to get this experimental medical procedure that will invalidate your life insurance. We're living in a horror show. So American Horrors is a checkout. And I feel like your Ed Gein Demon Hunter book is a really good checkout. The artwork is really awesome. I like the stark black and white art.
Yeah, I love it. Christian is an incredible, incredible artist. And luckily, we just hit it off instantly when it came to, hey, man, do you want to draw this book for me? I made it very clear, I'm not pulling punches on this. This isn't going to be, wrapped in cotton wool or anything. No, this is meant to be an outlaw comic. I think if outlaw comics are meant to come back, now is the time. So when I saw that you and Boneyard Press
wait a minute, Lucifer, I want to go back to this. I hate to interrupt you. I'm sorry.
No, carry on.
But I want to talk about this outlaw comic thing because it pisses me off. I'm very angry about it. I'm very, very angry about posers saying they're outlaws, but they apologize for their work. At Boneyard Press, no fucking apologies, motherfucker. Are you offended?
Absolutely.
Don't buy the fucking book. To me, an outlaw publisher was North Star. To me, an outlaw publisher was Mike Hunt Comics. An outlaw publisher was Danzig, Verotic. I got to give it to Glenn. Glenn
Yes,
and
absolutely.
Acacia Cherry was an outlaw comic. No
Yes.
apologies. If you want to be an outlaw, goddammit, you fucking piece of shit, no fucking apologies. No apologies. If you're going to be an
Absolutely.
outlaw, motherfucker, be a goddamn outlaw. No
Absolutely.
fucking apologies.
Absolutely.
Sorry.
No,
I'm
do not
apologizing.
apologize.
I'm sorry.
Don't.
No apologies, man.
No, I'm with you 100%, Hart. I am absolutely with you. As I mentioned, this book has been put into the hands of publishers before, and they've been like, no, it's about Ed Gein. We don't want to touch it. If you'd done a fictional serial killer, then we would have done it. And it's like, well, no.
You know what's
it's Ed
interesting
Gein.
about
It's
that,
saying
Lucifer?
Ed Gein.
Ed Gein is the influence for Texas Chainsaw Massacre,
Yep,
the classic
Psycho.
Alfred Hitchcock Psycho, Buffalo Bill and Silence of the Lambs, an Oscar-winning film. So why the fuck wouldn't people want to do a comic book about that character that influenced so much major horror, major mainstream horror? Hitchcock. What the fuck, guys? Hitchcock.
Yeah,
Hitchcock.
exactly. I'm with you.
He just changed the names because he didn't want to get sued by, I guess, the families of the victims. Much the way, when you did the Jeffrey Dahmer book, and you also, did the Jeffrey Dahmer versus Jesus Christ book, man, you were on television because people were like, what the fuck is this monster trying to do with this, making Jeffrey Dahmer a comic book superhero, which absolutely wasn't what you were doing. But, it was
that was about mainstream media having a product to flog. Mainstream media needs a villain, just like with this war with Russia and the Ukraine. Okay, I'm going to say this, guys. Did Russia get involved in our war with Iraq? Nah, they didn't, did they? So did Russia get involved with our war in Afghanistan? No, they didn't, did they? So maybe it's none of America's fucking business what's going on in the fucking Ukraine, is it? Maybe that's between them. And they've had several wars in the Ukraine. So what are we doing? Oh, I know. All the weapons manufacturers in America are lining up to say, sell off the old shit that you already paid for. Give them the old shit. Keep this war going so we could make money. So let's have more sanctions so people starve in Africa. Let's have more sanctions so the people in the UK have no power, no electricity, so we can put them on a social system and say, hey, it's okay to cut back on your juice for a couple hours because it's for the war effort. Fuck the war effort. The war effort's bullshit. The war is manufactured. NATO provoked this war. America provoked this war. They wanted this to happen. They've been wanting this to happen since the fucking Clintons. If goddamn Hillary Clinton had gotten elected in America, Jesus Christ, we would have been at war with Russia fucking years ago. But thank God. And I didn't vote for Trump. I didn't vote for that guy. But he kept us out of a war, son of a bitch. I don't care if you hated his Twitter. That guy defeated the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement. If you don't know what the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement is, you're a fucking jagoff. You're a fucking asshole, doesn't know how you're being manipulated. You're being manipulated by the mass media. 50 assholes from the intelligence community came out to say that Hunter laptop was misinformation. They lied. 50 of them. 50 motherfuckers. Our fucking mass media is co-opted, is completely co-opted. You cannot believe what you see on your goddamn TV. But then this is what happens when you guys wake me up early.
Can I ask you a question,
wake you up early all the time, Hart, because we go, it's always the same. We
Go
have
ahead,
a thing
Lucifer. I want to hear what you have to say.
I recently watched.
I'm sorry. Go.
Oh no, sorry. I recently watched your interview on Cartoonist Kayfabe, which was fucking amazing, by the way. And you pointed out that if Ed had been there, you wanted to tell him how he could make Red Room hurt more. Now, if you are willing to offer that advice to myself, I am all ears, because every time I write a scene in one of my books, I look at it and go, how can I make this more fucked up? How can I make it hurt more? So if you have any advice for me and other people who want to try and do the type of comic books that you do at Boneyard Press and that I do, please, I would love to hear it.
Are you sure you want to hear this advice?
Yes, absolutely.
Are you sure?
Yes, I say what I mean and I mean what I say.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, my loved ones have been murdered. I'm a victim of violent crime. I write about what I know. I tell the truth. I write about what I know. I don't lie. I'm not sensationalizing anything. I never ever tried to create controversy. I only wrote the comics I wanted to read. I only spoke the truth that I knew as a victim of violent crime, as a person who has had his loved ones victimized, as a person who's had his loved ones kill themselves, as a person who's had his loved ones tortured. I only write about my truth. That's number one. Number two, it's got to be personal. All right. Ed touched on this in Red Room. I've been reading Red Room. I read every issue. Now, Ed touched on this in the issue of the notion of that their victim pool and the reason that their Red Room didn't have as much impact because they were creating a victim pool, which is much like my story, Welcome to Juarez, motherfucker, which is in the Flowers and the Razor Wire story. That was released with our Flowers and the Razor Wire DVD for the short film we did. That was a pilot for Japanese TV. So if you can get Flowers and the Razor Wire Chance Meeting, you'll get a copy of this comic book that has the story Welcome to Juarez, motherfucker. And I think a lot of Red Room is definitely influenced by this kind of notion. So the idea that they're missing in Red Room, the thing that's lacking in Red Room,
and he freezes.
Oh, what a fucking cliffhanger! That's better than the cliffhanger at the end of issue 1 of Ed Gein and at the end of issue 2 of Ed Gein. And they're pretty dope cliffhangers, even if I do say so myself.
What a horrible place to pause.
There we go. All right. So, all right, it came back on. So what I'm saying is this. You need to make a mark. I am here to inflict fucking damage on your fucking mind. You're going to read my stories and I'm going to leave a fucking mark on your fucking head and it's going to walk with you. Why? You're going to have an emotional connection. All right. So the reason that everybody's upset with my story, A Taste of Cherry, that I'm the co-author of, it was originally written by Christian Moore for the series Rough Trade from Boneyard Press. Yeah. Now, I took it and I rewrote it. I gave it a polish to give it more impact. And what I did was, I understand that the most dangerous place for a child is in his home or her home. The place a child is most at risk is at home with their fucking family. It's not stranger danger. It's not the mask at the school. The most dangerous place for a child is at home. Okay, motherfucker? So if you know anything about child abuse, and my mother, let's say this, my mother worked for the Department of Public Aid since 1969 in Chicago. My mother was the welfare lady. You understand me? I'm from hell. I'm not from fucking bullshit California. I'm not from fucking candy ass fucking Kansas City. I'm from hell. I'm from the south side of Chicago. I've seen a ton of violence. So if you want to leave a mark, and the thing that Ed is missing, and he knew this, they talked about their victim pool in Red Room, and they said that they were breeding them. They were breeding these people to torture. Well, number one, Ed, I've got a problem in your art. There's no blood. If you pull a guy's fucking chest open and his guts are hanging out, there's goddamn motherfucker. There's blood everywhere. There's blood everywhere. Two, I'm going to let everybody know. If you've ever seen Reservoir Dogs, duct tape won't stick to blood. Okay, you dumbasses? Blood is good lubricant. Blood is amazing lubricant. Duct tape won't stick if you're bloody, you fucking dummies, you fucking fakes.
Awesome. What a note to go out on. Like, wow.
We are being tortured by Spectrum's internet in Chicago. And I'm a Spectrum customer. I pay for it in St. Louis. I never had it go out like that. But Lucifer, we have a thing on our show called the Shake and Bake Moment, and And okay, Hart's here twice, so I expect
Sorry, guys. I guess I got a little too intense there. I apologize. As a person who's actually testified at a sex crime trial, I can get a little intense. So
that. Wow.
You know, nothing.
publisher.
Nothing.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
All right.
Froze up.
Anyone who wants to be an outlaw publisher, number one, make it hurt. Number two, no apologies. Never, never, never. You fucking hear me? And I mean this for Jim Rugg. Jim recently got himself into trouble with the cover he did for that book, Red Room, about Mouse. And so Ed had a lot of shit happen. He did this, and it's a great cover. It's a great piece of art. Why are you seeking to provoke and then you retreat when you got the reaction you wanted? You finally hit the nerve and then you apologize for it? No, you cannot apologize for the art. The art is the art. No apologies. If you want to be an outlaw, that means people will be upset. That means your mom won't like what the fuck you're doing. That means your mom might not tell her co-workers in the Department of Public Aid who the fuck her son is. My mom couldn't tell people who her kid was. It got so bad that the co-workers thought my mother had an illegitimate black child.
Because she
worked for the Department of Public Aid in Chicago on the South Side, so most of her co-workers were black. And they were coming up with rumors about why didn't Doris talk about her children. And it had to do with the media's portrait of me. The media portrayed me as a racist, misogynist asshole, uneducated thug. I'm highly educated. I went to a super smart school for super smart kids. I was an honor roll fucking kid. I graduated at the top of my goddamn class. I was supposed to be a chemical fucking engineer. Fuck y'all if you thought I was stupid. I don't believe in this religion. I think I'm more of an atheist than anything. I think it's bullshit. I think it's something used to mislead the weak. You know, Constantinople, the guy who invented the Bible, that Roman emperor who came up with the Bible to like subjugate his people. Oh yeah, that guy. Yeah. So if you're gonna be an outlaw, get ready, motherfucker. Get ready, motherfucker. You want to be an outlaw? Get ready for stalkers. Get ready for people to rob your fucking house. Get ready for that. You want to be an outlaw? You're going to pay a price. You're going to pay a price. And there's no goddamn apologies.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. I used to be in a metal band many years ago called Abuse. And I got assaulted at the end of one of my gigs because of this music that we played, and I still didn't apologize. I will never fucking apologize for the books I put out. Lady Satan got so many death threats, and I was like, and the book's still fucking happening.
Yeah, and that's what I remember you telling that story, and I was like, why in the hell is he getting death threats over Lady Satan?
I know, right?
A woman who's taking revenge on the people who abused her, and Ed Gein's like, oh yeah, that's cool. Do that thing.
Yeah, nothing, no hate for Ed Gein yet. Give it time. We'll change that.
Well, I think the hatred is for you because you're living your life freely.
Yeah.
The hatred is jealousy. It's jealousy, and sometimes in our society, you'll see that they'll designate a bad guy. They'll have a wicker man, and so they'll have the wicker man. And the wicker man is the sacrifice. That's the person that the society is deemed as okay to abuse. That person, like right now here in America, it's okay to abuse a Russian. It's okay for hate speech on Facebook if you're hating a Russian. Well, that's bullshit.
Yeah. Well, there's no hate for Ed Gein on our show today. In fact, there's a little bit of love for Ed Gein because we have jumped up. And Lucifer, this is what we call on our show our shake and bake moment, and it goes a little like this.
Shake and bake, and I help.
So thank you to the person in the audience who helped. I believe that was George Peter Gatsis here. He's backer number 44.
George,
Even
you're a
though he's
fucking
still waiting for
legend.
his invite to Lucifer's show after a whole year, he says so.
Don't worry, I'll be back to my my YouTube channel soon.
Yeah, because you've been off of that for a while. You had been on years for a while.
Yeah,
Why did you take a break from your YouTube channel? Lucifer, why did you take a break?
The reason why I took a break is because I was dealing with my elderly mother having some devastating falls, ones that nearly killed her and ones that put her in hospital. I also had to deal with the fact that one of my friends slit his wrists.
So
in
wait
front
a
of
minute,
me.
you mean this evil horror guy that's getting death threats was busy taking care of his mom?
Yep, that's right.
Isn't that funny, huh? All
know,
these
right?
people that want to hate you, but
Yeah.
you're a good guy that's looking out for his mom?
Hey, I try to be the best person I can be, and some people just have to hate that. And I say, bring it on. Fuck it. I'm okay with me.
Sorry, I'm taking a Jack and Coke break, guys. You keep talking.
We will. We will.
And you were also dealing with a friend of yours. You said who?
Yeah, I had a friend who slit his wrists in front of me.
Oh my God!
Yeah, this is just the fucking tip of the iceberg. I had hell for about 6 months solid, from October last year right through till about just after my birthday in March this year. And yeah, luckily that shit started to calm down. I was like, cool, I don't have to deal with that drama no more. Time to get back to work and get back on that YouTube channel. So I'm going to be giving it kind of like a soft reboot real soon and get back to teaching people how to write for comics and talking
I'd
about...
like to come on your show, dude.
Please do. I would fucking love that. That would be amazing.
That's what we're here to make happen. So...
Yes.
Well, you know, as artists, one of the great things I've seen with this whole podcasting revolution is the fact that we get to communicate in a way like normally this would only happen when we're at comic conventions together. Like, okay, Billy Tucci from Crusade. I knew Bill before he ever published anything and was at comic conventions. I knew Brian Pulido before he ever published anything. I was there for the launch of Faust. I was my buddy Dan Matson from North Star Studios or North Star Comics. He and I were childhood friends, and so I was there at the comic convention where the very first Faust was released.
Fucking amazing. That book.
And I shared a hotel room with Tim and David. I've known Tim and David since I was 18 years old.
I've got to go check out the Faust because I always
You
saw
know
it
what?
in
Let's go out in the sunlight, guys. I'm going to take this out. You guys noticed I'm moving, haven't you?
Oh, yeah.
But I got to dig
let's go outside.
I saw images of it in the comic book magazines, but it never got sold in my comic book stores.
Man.
And I think the one time I did see it in comic book stores was the earliest time when I wasn't old enough to buy the book. So I know there's some heavily detailed evil shit in that book.
Oh, God, yes.
Sorry, guys. I just noticed they're cutting up logs with a fucking chainsaw out here. I got to go back in.
No problem, man. No problem.
Gotta love it. I'm in Wisconsin. You're talking about Ed Gein. And so I recently relocated from Los Angeles to Wisconsin. So I'm not too far from Ed Gein's stomping grounds.
Oh, that's
you have to do a
brilliant.
Halloween show from his house.
Yes.
Dude, your comic book sounds like a lot of fun, man. You're on like what, your second issue?
Yeah, the second issue out of 4. Christian's currently working on the 3rd issue, so it shouldn't be too long till that's finished.
And you're the writer.
Yep, I'm the writer of the book.
Now, what other books have you written?
I've written a book called Lady Satan, which is about a French stripper who gets abducted to be the star in a snuff film, and she survives and becomes this violent vigilante that goes hunting for the only copy of her snuff film and the people responsible for torturing her in front of the camera. And she finds out that one of them is a high-ranking British police officer, so she's got to try and kill him whilst he's under close observation from the MI5, because they've discovered that he's been doing some very nasty, nasty shit.
That's really interesting because it's a lot like the notion of One of the books I did involves this kind of demonology, and I have a vampire book called Dead Girl from Boneyard Press.
Yeah.
And Dead Girl is a masochistic vampire chick prostitute. And she likes to let serial killers get her. And the book we did, Dead Girl, the Ultimate Party Vampire, she let a serial killer torture her. And while the serial killer's torturing her, she's taunting him the whole time.
Oh, awesome. That's
that's Dead Girl.
Nice.
That's I love twists like that, and it's not related in any way, shape, or form that I can connect mentally in my head. But for whatever reason, it reminds me of this story I just read yesterday, where this woman was being raped, and this guy comes across it and rescues her from being raped. The guy is bigger than the rapist, and he's also gay, and he rapes the rapist. I was like, I don't know that you arrest that guy or not.
Well, that's kind of funny because there's a story in Bill the Bull called shit. Sorry, wait, that's too loud. I just turned on the American Horrors channel. I watch my channel all the time. I gotta admit it, guys. I'm kind of obsessed. So I have the American Horrors channel on all the time. So if I get bored, I know my audience is bored. So anybody else who says, hey, I like IFC or I like the El Rey Network, you're going to like American Horrors better. And I can tell you that I am personally involved in the programming. I do the programming personally. I literally choose what commercial will follow what commercial. I literally choose what video is going to follow what video. And we played I Spit on Your Grave on the network. We did a whole thing with movies from Planet X where you had a whole exploitation series. And I Spit on Your Grave, we did a double feature of I Spit on Your Grave and Last House on the Left.
Oh, fucking excellent.
Yeah, great films. But honestly, I forgot how intense they are.
Oh, yeah.
I was watching I Spit on Your Grave. I was watching, Last House on the Left. And I could tell people that, hey, folks, when I worked at an advertising agency, my boss, Bill Sampson, he worked on the original ad campaign in New York that came up with It's Just a Movie. It's just a movie for Last House on the Left. So the person who trained me in graphic design and advertising worked on that campaign.
That's excellent because that's the best ad campaign ever for any fucking movie.
And that film is really, really intense. My late wife Waka was Japanese and grew up like the Japanese have grown up with this notion about violence on television and we need to be protected from it is bullshit. She told me that her and her family grew up watching samurai rape TV shows on Sunday night dinners. And if you do your research, you'd find out that the Japanese have the most violent television in the world, but the lowest crime rate. So this notion that television or entertainment creates crime is bullshit. It's a paper tiger.
Absolutely. And over here in the UK, they tried to keep us safe from the guinea pig series by banning it over here.
Yep.
But I still got copies of it, and I was like, this is fucking great.
Well, I'm friends with Stephen Byro from Unearthed Films.
Yes, I've spoken with him a few times.
Stephen was doing American Guinea Pig. And I also got to say, I want to thank Stephen. Stephen came out to my late wife's memorial in Los Angeles. So I did 2 memorials when my wife passed in 2018. I did one out here in the Midwest, and I did one in Los Angeles because we have recently moved from LA. And I want to thank Stephen for coming out to the memorial. I've known Steve since the 90s. And Steve and I talk often. We actually do. We compare notes. We talk about atrocity. And so he's been doing the American Guinea Pig series where he has been remaking them. And so Stephen has run into an extraordinary amount of censorship where they're using Google ad rules to censor websites that just review the film. They've been going after, they specifically targeted American Guinea Pig to try to censor it and censor any discussion about it. And I'm surprised they haven't gone after a Serbian film.
I was just about to say.
Go ahead.
I was just about to say, like, it's amazing that they go for that, but not a Serbian film, considering how much controversy a Serbian film caused around the entire fucking globe. Over here, even after it being cut by about 11, 15 minutes, you still had police going into video stores, confiscating copies of it, saying, no, this film should not be allowed in the public. And then, of course, people like me just went on eBay and went, I'll order a Blu-ray from the US then, fuck it.
I got to admit that I was concerned about even owning the uncut version with newborn porn.
Yeah.
I was concerned about even owning that because it could be considered child pornography. I found a Serbian film to be enormously disturbing. And
Yes.
for myself, one of the most disturbing parts of it is I know I influenced those filmmakers. I know they read Boneyard Press books. I know they saw some of the adult films that I worked in. I worked in adult films, and I worked with the outlaws of adult films. I worked with Rob Black, who went to jail. Max Hardcore, I did a lot of work with Max. He went to jail for obscenity. Michael Diana, the only cartoonist in America to go to jail for obscenity. I published his work, even though I was threatened.
The only cartoonist ever been court-ordered never to draw.
Well, it's not that he was court-ordered not to draw, my friend. What happened is he was subject to search and seizure at any fucking time. And the court, what the court would deem obscene, who knows? It could be a drawing of a banana. It could be anything. When I was a child in high school, so I'm a kid. I'm in high school. It's the 80s. And I drew a cover for the literary magazine, Prism. So I did this scratch drawing from a photograph of my cat, my cat in my house. And some parent complained to the principal that I did a drawing of a cock and balls. So what they did is they said that the nose of the cat and the eyeballs were the balls, the nose was the penis, and the little bit with the little pink bit, that's the head of the cock. And I got dragged into the principal's office at an honor roll school as an honor roll kid, as a kid on the part of the National Honor Society. I got dragged in the principal's office about this cover, and I'm like, no, that's my cat. That's my cat. And here's the photograph that I drew this from. Who the fuck thought? And I didn't say this to the principal. I didn't say who the fuck thought this was. But that was the beginning of my journey, in that anyone can find fault in any piece of art you do.
Yes, absolutely. It's the death of the author, in effect. And it actually says more about them than it does you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and in fact, this happened to me with the film festival. I was doing the American Horrors Film Fest. I do an International Horror Film Fest. It's one of the best in the country. And so in year number 2, we did a whole photo shoot. We did a photo shoot, and I was working with this model, Rachel Glass. And Rachel was this dynamic. She looked a lot like the lead singer of Missing Persons. You know what I mean? Yeah. Nobody walks in L.A. Dale DeBazio, who was a Playboy model. So Rachel looked a lot like this person. And we did this dynamic shoot in front of a bar where the idea was it's the creatures in the night. So our cast of actors were all the creatures in the night. I created a troupe here in Wisconsin. I called them my creatures. They're my acting troupe, and they're punk rockers. They're goth people. They're alternative culture people. I hate to use the alphabet because fuck you, alphabet asshole, you Nazi fucking dicks, all your alphabet bullshit, your pronoun bullshit. Fuck you. I was partying with the counterculture for 30 fucking years. Suck my dick. Fuck you. My actual cock that actually functions. Fuck you. So my actual born cock, like the one I was born with. Fuck you, assholes. You fucking posers. So this person at the movie theater, we had this really great poster shoot, and Rachel had this dynamic, powerful pose, like this very dominant pose, and she's wearing like white jeans and white thigh-high boots and a checkered pink corset, and she looked fantastic. And it's a very strong, powerful pose. And this woman was obsessed with this photo, and she kept saying, "This is a crotch shot." I'm like, what are you talking about? She's wearing pants. It's a crotch shot. It's all about a crotch shot. Like, what are you seeing? I mean, I worked in adult films. I know what a crotch shot is. I worked in advertising. I know what I can get away with. I know what's inappropriate. I know what is appropriate. What is your problem? Well, it's a crotch shot. I'm like, there's no labia. There's no nothing. They're white pants.
Yeah.
They're white pants. And it's a wide shot. There's a bunch of people in the shot. And she kept insisting that this was a crotch shot. And I'm like, what the fuck are you seeing?
Yeah, just keep saying it doesn't make it happen.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. There's no camel toe. There's no nothing. It's not a close-up. She's wearing fucking jeans. So you never know what people are going to be offended by. There's no protection. So this notion that you're going to virtue signal on Facebook and everybody's going to like you is a fallacy. You never know what someone's going to be offended by. There is no protecting yourself.
Absolutely. As it says on my campaign, and it says it on every campaign that I do on Indiegogo, art is meant to comfort the disturbed and disturb the comfortable. And that's what I aim to do with every single book I put out there.
I like that tagline. That's pretty good, dude.
Thank you. Thank you.
Solid. I like it. And in fact, like the artwork in your book that they're showing on the screen, folks at home, I would recommend you back this project. It looks really good. I like the artwork very much. Black and white I really love black and white. There's something to be said for the starkness of a black and white book. And I feel a lot of the modern comics, my honest opinion is they're being lazy and they're relying on the colorist too much.
Yeah. Oh my God. I saw. I bought Amazing Spider-Man #1 last week when it came out. It's like, why not? It's Amazing Spider-Man #1. Cover didn't really strike me, and I opened this and I posted a picture on Twitter. I took it with my phone of this panel of Peter Parker by John Romita Jr. I'm like, can somebody tell me, with experience with MC Escher's artwork, am I looking at his front, his back, or his side? Because it was like this pose where he's like, it's supposed to be from the back. He's putting his phone in his back pocket. He's got his head turned. He's feeling his newly shaved face because he shaved his beard off. And I'm like, it was just like cubism. And it was not what I was expecting in a comic.
If I remember correctly, if I remember right, I believe it's John Romita Jr. who attacked an employee of Fantagraphics Comics for wearing a Marvel Can Suck My Cock shirt.
Really?
Yeah, I was at the San Diego Comic-Con, and John went off, and of course he was a skinny little fella. Of course he went off on some skinny guy. So I heard about this, and I made a point to go to the Marvel booth looking for him. I went looking for that cocksucker. You want to go bully somebody who's fucking wearing my shirt, motherfucker? Well, let's talk about this. Let me come over here. So I went to the Marvel booth wearing the Marvel Can Suck My Cock shirt, and I shook hands with every motherfucker I knew at the booth. And John was gone by the time I got there because he's a coward. People who attack somebody who's smaller than themselves or weaker than themselves, you're a coward, man. Go after somebody bigger than yourself. You want to show what a predator you are? Take down a lion, motherfucker. Don't go after a gazelle. You want a challenge? Go for the water buffalo. So I went there looking for that guy, and he fucking hid from me.
The gauntlet's been thrown, John Romita Jr. You heard it here.
Oh no, he's an old man now. Guys, I'm a trained martial artist. I'm from hell. I've been trained in judo, jiu-jitsu, taekwondo, Russian sambo. I've trained with so many UFC guys, it's not even fucking funny. I was happy when Bill Superfoot Wallace kicked me in the face.
Jeez. Whatever makes you happy, man.
That's the thing about martial artists. Like, people forget, like, okay, guys, I get thrown in the ground for fun. Doing judo, they throw me in the ground, my partner helps me up. They throw me in the ground, my partner helps me up. They throw me in the ground, my partner helps me up. Then I throw you in the ground.
Exactly.
We all get a turn.
So most of these people online are cowards. Get off the ground, you asshole. Stop lying down and victim signaling. Stop pretending you're a victim. Stop it. Stop it. Stop with this outrage culture. Just stop it. If you're offended by quiche, don't eat quiche.
Yeah.
Speaking of the story, which we haven't done a whole lot, other than we've got the plot. I'm looking at these sequential pages here, and I'm really, I just realized the transition that takes place here, where he's found his demon mother.
Yep.
Truly the demon mother now, not just before.
And the lettering is good too. Like whoever's doing your lettering is also doing a good job.
Thank you. It's me who's doing the lettering, so thank you very much.
It is a very good job. I mean, the letterer is, I've always said, the letterer is screwed doing a comic book.
They're an unsung hero. They really are. Like a lot of people give shit to what was it, Chasing Amy? Oh, you're an inker. Yeah. You're a tracer. Fuck you. Fuck you. An inker is not a tracer. One of the great joys for me as an artist, like people forget that I'm an artist, that I drew most of the books that I started Boneyard Press.
Yeah.
And I've been drawing comics since I was 5. So for myself, excuse me, sorry, Jack and Coke coming up. I really enjoyed seeing what an inker would do with my pencils. So we did a story, a Dark Angel one-shot, where I had an artist did the pencils and I inked him. And then we did a different story where I did the pencils, and Aaron Bordner from Gothic Red and Girl with a Gun. I'm not sure what Aaron, what the hell is Aaron's new stuff? I forget. Aaron Bordner is this really great black and white artist. He did a lot of work for Mattel. Good artist. And one of my favorite knuckleheads. Hey, Aaron, good to see you. He was fantastic to see what he did with my pencils, because his inks were completely different than my art. And so he added a whole different dimension. And I think lettering is there. Lettering is right there. Lettering adds an emotion, a vibe. You're communicating the words. It's really important.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, doing this book, I always ran the lettering through Christian as well. I was like, this is your artwork that I'm lettering over the top of, so please let me know if you like it and stuff. And during the first issue, the first few pages, he was like, no, try and do this, try and do that. And he gave me a few pointers. And then after a while, he was like, dude, you've got this. Just keep fucking going. So I'm really glad that you like the lettering.
And are you doing this on the computer? Are you doing your lettering on the computer?
Yeah, I'm doing the lettering on the computer.
Like when I was a kid, I had the ruler, and I drew. I've been drawing my own comic book since I was 5 years old. So I had a drafting table, and I'd lay out the lines in pencil, and then I'd pencil in the lettering, and then I'd ink the lettering, and then I would erase the pencil lines.
You were not. It's one of the things that they taught me in high school when I took drafting classes. It's you're not writing words, you're drawing letters. And there's a huge difference. You don't make a letter when you're drawing it and drafting the same way you do when you're writing the words. There's specific strokes you make. I remember with letters with curves in them, like an S. You don't just start at the top and make your double curve. You make one curve, and then you go to the bottom of the line, and you come up and you meet in the middle where that S was. Well,
the energy of your mark translates in what you're communicating. Okay, this is an art form. So the energy of your lettering is important. And I feel that with computer lettering, we're losing the personal touch. And I did a lot of lettering with computer fonts. Now, I messed with them. I messed with them in Illustrator. I played with them. But at the same time, as a person who's lettered stuff by hand, I would feel that for a more genuine human touch, you want it hand lettered. And also, I would say to all the artists out there who are creating on a Wacom tablet or digital art, you're a fool. You're making a mistake, because even though you think an NFT is an original, it isn't. And as a guy who has starved in his life, has literally starved, original art sells. So I have sold original artwork, and there's only one original. There's only one. If it's digital, it isn't an original. It's a saved file. It isn't a physical thing that you could touch and feel brushstrokes. It's not acrylic paint. It's not oil painting that you could go smell it. It isn't real. It's fake, and you'll never be able to sell those pages the same way you can if you are Tim Vigil and you're selling the original Faust pages at a comic convention. There's no replacing that.
Yeah,
No.
absolutely. That's one of the reasons why I think Christian makes such a good artist on this book, because I've never asked him to incorporate any of the sound effects into the artwork, but yet he just does it naturally, as you can see on this
Well, here's
page.
the question, Lucifer. You're the writer, right?
Yep.
Okay, so you send your script to him and he adapts it. Don't you go back and rewrite the script based on the art? Don't you change dialogue or stuff based on the art or sound effects?
Oh yeah, I tweak little bits here and there.
Yeah, totally. Like when I worked for Chaos Comics, Brian Polito was really meticulous. He was way more anal than I am. I like to throw shit at the wall and see what sticks. And so Brian would have you do a synopsis, then you would do an outline, then you'd do a second outline, then you'd write your script, then you'd do the second draft, and then the penciler would pencil their work and it would come back, and then I would adjust the dialogue to suit the art.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to do that.
That sounds like a lot of work.
Your script is a blueprint in that sense, and you're lucky if you get to put most of it onto the page in the form of lettering, which with Christian I have been lucky that most of it stays the same, but I've had to cut bits out, tweak bits here and there, add bits in and stuff, but it's all worth it because it makes
part of the
best
excitement
book. Yeah,
Lucifer,
absolutely.
for you, isn't part of the excitement to see what he does?
Yes, absolutely. Because every time I get a batch of pages from him, it blows my fucking mind. Only once has he turned around and said, "I've changed one panel. What do you think?" And I've looked at it and gone, "You've made it fucking better. So carry on, ink it so that I can fucking letter it, because this is a joint effort. It's not just my book, it's his book too. So his voice has to be in there, not just through his artwork, but through his experience." And being able
But
to
isn't
say,
that part of the excitement? Like you're excited, what's he going to do with this? Like I'm excited, I can't wait to see the art come back from these guys, and I want to know what they do with my vision.
Yes, absolutely.
And so it's the writer and the artist working in tandem all the time, all the way through it. It's not just the writer writes it and the artist draws it, and it's more than that. It's also the editor's involvement. And I talked with a guy the other day on stream about his book. I said, "Oh, good, you have an editor." He's like, "Yeah, I sent the script to him and he edited it, so we're all clean there." I'm like,
"Yep,
no, that's not the end. What are you going to do if the panels come back and they don't tell that story? What are you going to do if the letter or misspells something? The editor has to stop in." He's like, "Oh, he's got to be there every step of the way." I'm like, "Yes, he does."
Yes.
Well, A Taste of Cherry. I'm not the sole response for that film, that story from Danzig, Veronica 4, which is banned. Yeah, guys, I'm going to get another Jack and Coke. I'm sorry. So A Taste of Cherry was originally written for my comic anthology Rough Trade. And I saw something in the story, but I felt it lacked a certain amount of nastiness, a certain amount of real world violence. It was very Keith Giffen. It was a lot of different panels, and I felt it needed more sting, and I didn't like the dialogue. I felt the dialogue was very comic booky, and so my contribution to it was to synthesize the panels and break the panels down a little bit more to be more effective and to get the dialogue more juicy, and also to have a better ending, because the original ending of A Taste of Cherry, Lucifer, do you know this story? Do you know about Veronica 4?
Yes, I do. Oh, I do indeed.
For the people at home, Veronica 4 was part of the Planet Comics bust back in 1995. I was the managing editor of Glenn Danzig's comic book, Mother! No, that's not the comic, but I just like to imitate Glenn. Glenn's a lot of fun. I gotta say, I really enjoyed working with Glenn. Sure, we butted heads. Sure, did we fight? Did we argue? Hell yeah. But that's all fine. That's all good. I mean, I've had Glenn Danzig screaming at me in an elevator.
How many people can say that?
That was interesting. And he had a point when he was screaming at me. But
we're getting that Ed Gein giggle, I think.
Yeah, I kind of feel like I have a little bit of a Burt Reynolds kind of laugh. My late wife used to joke, like, Hart, what are they going to impersonate when they impersonate you on Saturday Night Live? And she was always like, your laugh. They're all going to make fun of your crazy, insane laugh. In fact, my late wife, her mother, thought my laugh was fake. She thought it was a fake laugh. But it's not. I'm just crazy.
Excellent.
And I'm okay with that. So this Ed Gein, Demon Hunter, is this a mini series? Is this an ongoing series?
It's a 4-issue miniseries.
Okay. Is this a character you want to do more with? Ed Gein or the Demon Hunter idea?
I've contemplated doing more stories with serial killers, but not necessarily Ed Gein and not necessarily with demon hunting. I have toyed with an idea with Jim Jones and toyed with an idea with Jeffrey Dahmer as well. So
you know what? Just bring them all together for the League of Extraordinary Serial Killers.
Hey, someone actually said to me, like, is this the beginning of like a serial killer's Avengers? And I was like, what do you think I am? Do you think what would I call them? The Defilers?
I gotta get a power cord for my phone. It's about to go dead. You guys keep talking.
No problem. Okay. So yeah, like I said to him, like, what would I call it? The Defilers? And he was like, oh, that's an amazing idea. And I was like, no, it's a joke. I don't mean it. I've got the characters I want to play with.
It is an amazing idea though. You know, like so sometimes the so like when Garth Ennis did Preacher.
Oh, I love that book.
I love that. I've got the entire run in trade paperback.
Oh, I've got the Absolute Collection, all 3 volumes that look like leather-bound Bibles. Oh, they're so fucking beautiful.
I worked with a girl who was like she was a motorcycle chick, and she did data analysis for our company. And I was like, oh, you want to read something? Here, we were both Tori Amos fans, and she liked Neil Gaiman. I was like, here, you like twisted stuff? Read this first episode of Preacher. Let me know what you think. She's like, you got more of this?
I had a lot of fun fucking with Neil Gaiman.
Oh, nice.
I've got to hear this story.
Neil Gaiman was always a poser fuck at these comic conventions. So I would run into Neil, and he'd, no matter how fucking hot it was, he'd have his fucking faggoty goddamn leather jacket on. He'd have his sunglasses on like he's he's in Oasis. And he'd always have this shit on. So I always felt like Neil was a poser. And so I would always fuck with him. I'd run into him in the elevator, and I'd be carrying like 3 boxes of comics. I'm like, hey, Neil, I need some help loading out, man. You want to grab one of these boxes? And he never knew how to take it.
Yeah, he does have an image. He was one of the first people I met at a convention where the people were going down the line saying, only 3 items, only 3 items, only 3 items. And this was right before you started having to buy tickets to get in to see specific creators at conventions. So
yeah,
the beginning of the end was the superstar writer, I think. The rock star writer. We had superstar writers and artists before, but when they became rock star writers and artists, speaking of, we lost our guy. Damn it. All right, so this is a full sequence of pages here. That's what I was trying to get to earlier, and I didn't see it. Where the demon is beating him, and he's flashing back onto the beating he got because he didn't lock the bathroom door.
Yep.
So it probably didn't have a lock on it. And he gets caught reading pornography in the loo, and she just throws him in the bathtub. And here's a little boy who's she's already told him, she's threatened to cut his member off.
Yep.
If he couldn't control it, or maybe his hands, and then she's just laying into him in the tub, wet, with this belt, and this is where the reverie gets interrupted by the dog. Now, who is the dog? The dog's talking, and we know that serial killers get messages from dogs now and then.
Well, the dog talking is more about the serial killer from New York, the son of Sam. Am I right, Lucifer?
Well, yes, he is known for that, but in this book, Ezra kind of mouths off to Satan and says, like, you're doing the wrong thing by picking Ed Gein. Like, pick Gacy, pick Speck, pick Ramirez, and like, but Satan does not like this, so he punishes his right hand man Ezra by saying, "You're going with Ed, but I can't send you as a hellspawn because you'll attract attention. So I'm going to turn you into a dog whilst you're on Earth."
Well, honestly, I got to ask you this, Lucifer. I got a question. Like everybody always goes to the Grand Kahuna, and we all know that Lucifer, the son of the morning star, the grand devil of them all. Why the fuck would he give a shit about Ed Gein? Why the fuck would the grand devil of all hell? Why the fuck would the king of hell give a shit about one lone pebble getting out of his shitstorm?
Because this particular demon, or Augusta, has found a way to escape hell and get back to heaven, to destroy God. And if she destroys God, it destroys everything, including Satan. But Satan still likes to fuck with people. He still likes to torture them damned souls.
Do you really think an infinite being can be destroyed? Energy can't be destroyed. You can't destroy energy, so...
No, quantum physics proves that. Proves that you can't destroy or create energy.
Correct.
It's part of the stories. And in fact, while you were popped out there, we were talking about Preacher. And spoiler alert, destroys God in the end and replaces him with another infinite
But there's
being.
no way to destroy an infinite being. You're dealing with the infinite. You're dealing with something that is beyond everything. So the notion of a supreme being, there's no goddamn way fucking any ant is going to just, like, that was my problem with church, okay? My problem with church is you're singing songs to an infinite being. You're singing these hymns to this infinite personality. And I think, like, for myself, if I had a bunch of ants singing to me, I'd like, what the fuck is this? I got a bunch of ants singing to me. Because in the eyes of an infinite being, we as humans, we're a puff of smoke. We're a fart. We're so insignificant to something that's infinite. Time is so vast. Time is so big that how do you, what kind of ego do you have to think this infinite being, and I'm going to say this about the devil too, that's why I always get upset, like, what do you mean the devil? What do you mean the devil? Like, why the fuck would he pay attention to your bullshit? He's infinite. He exists outside of time. He is more than anything you can conceive of. I've been working on a horror story involving the devil and end of times and the notion of what do you call it, revelations. And so I've been working on this TV series for a long time, about 12 or 15 years. And I've been talking to priests, I've been talking to people from different religions. So Lucifer, I'm gonna pose you a question. Help me out here, Lucifer, because nobody's been able to answer this to me. So before Christ was crucified, what symbol did you use to ward off a vampire?
That is a fantastic question.
Because vampires existed before Christ. So
I can only guess the pentacle. Because the
pentacle, Star of David.
No, I don't mean the Star of David. I mean like the pentacle that you see in witchcraft and paganism.
I know, but I mean I've seen a Star of David be used in X-Men of all places because Wolverine.
That's the question, because in the modern mythology, the vampire says you lack faith. So if it's about faith, then the Star of David would scare them.
Yeah,
correct.
Because it's the faith behind the object. The object is it's just a prop.
Okay, so I'll give you guys an answer. So one of my friends, Carl Crew. Carl Crew is the person who played Jeffrey Dahmer in the Jeffrey Dahmer movies. If you've ever seen a movie by Jackie Kong called Blood Diner, Carl's in it. Carl's the main killer in Blood Diner, which is a great 80s VHS horror film, fun Herschel Gordon Lewis spoof. Fantastic. I highly recommend Blood Diner. Mambo. And Carl and I were talking about this, and Carl has had a changeover into Christianity. And what Carl told me is I've been looking for this. So this notion of like you're in a movie, and so you've got the symbol of Christ, the cross. And okay, so in modern times they say you got to have faith. But before Christ was crucified, what is the symbol? Because the crucifix is actually a symbol of Roman dominance. That's my problem with the cross, is it existed far before Christ, and it's an instrument of torture.
Said,
it's a symbol of Roman dominance.
On your chest.
Huh?
Like one of my Mormon friends would say, it's like, why are you wearing the cross? It's what they used to kill people with. Why aren't you just wearing a little metal electric chair on a chain around your chest?
That's
I
like
agree.
what
I agree. The whole notion that you're going to have your Lord tortured, like you're going to bow down, like you're not supposed to bow down before graven images. So if you bow down before Jesus on the cross, you're bowing down before a graven image. You are going right against the Bible from the top. That notion of getting on your knees and doing that, you're bowing down before a graven idol. But getting back to the vampire thing, my friend Carl, what Carl said is your only defense against a vampire is the grace of God. Walking with the grace of God. And I was like, that's a brilliant answer, but I can't. How do I show that in a movie?
Yeah,
how do I put that in a movie? Help me out, guys. Help me out.
Hammer.
Fuck you, asshole. Fucking Thor's hammer. Fuck you, man. No vampires are running in front of the symbol of Thor's hammer. I'm a Manowar fan. I'm a fan of the metal band Manowar. So I know all about the hammer. And I've got a sledgehammer by my couch because I'm Thor. I'm a thunder god. I cause trouble. So I literally have a 12-pound sledgehammer sitting at the foot of my couch.
Yeah, I don't know what symbolism would have existed for,
right? Yeah.
The Judaic lineage, because they weren't allowed to have, symbols of any
Well,
kind.
the notion of a vampire is a demonic entity that has been around before Christ. So if you are a demonic entity that feeds on other people's souls before Christ, what was the ward? How did they ward this demon off? And that's a question I keep asking everybody, and no one has given me a good answer.
There were other symbols, things that you can draw symbology from that existed in the early Judaic days. One thing you could have, like, Moses' staff, the one that he threw down and it turned into serpents. You've also
but that's Moses' staff. That's not a symbol. That's his staff. And Moses was a wizard. People forget that Moses was a magician.
In the court of
No,
Pharaoh,
the whole thing about Moses' staff, that's the symbol of the Hippocratic Oath. And he's a magician. And he said, my God is more powerful than your God. And I'm going to show you with my magical acts.
Yeah. And of course, the thing is that it was supposed to always be more of a magical act. And the thing that kept him out of the promised land was the fact that God said, talk to the rock and the water will come out. And Moses yelled at the rock and smacked it with his staff. And now people are like, God was like, oh, great. Now people are going to think you cracked the rock and let water out. You were supposed to talk to it, motherfucker, not, do anything that made it look like you.
RJ, I've never heard that. That's the first time I've heard that. Thank you.
And that's why, he said, now you won't go into the promised land. That was the sequence of
events. Well, I
there.
feel that about women. Don't yell at the pussy, talk to the pussy, and you'll get the magic water.
Exactly. They said, don't use your fist, use your tongue.
No, yeah, totally. Use your tongue and tickle them with your mustache. Fuck yeah.
But other.
Hi, Abby. How are you?
And I guess these aren't really symbols either, because they were all unique implements. But you had things like Elijah's cloak, which worked well after Elijah's death. The only thing that comes to mind symbolically for warding off evil was the events of Passover, where you would.
Oh, did you notice that me and Lucifer just reached for our drink at the exact same moment? That was awesome.
Synced. Next, our periods will line up as well.
Well, I don't bleed out of my vagina. I'm older. I no longer bleed out of my vagina unless you abuse it.
Oh,
Well, if you
gone
ask
through
nicely,
all
that can be arranged. I mean,
I gotta
know
say, guys, I was okay. My late wife went through cancer, had a hysterectomy, so in her 30s she went through menopause, and so I was with my late wife Waka for 17 years. So now that I find myself single in Wisconsin, I'm also finding myself. I forgot what it was like to deal with a lady with a menstrual cycle.
Yep. You lived through menopause, and now you got that thing that will pause a man.
Yeah, no, dude, for real. Like, it's fucking like, holy shit, I forgot about this. It's been like 10 fucking years. Holy shit. Why is, oh shit. It's the menstrual cycle. And guys, it's not something you blame. You just got to respect the biology of a lady, okay? The biology of a woman is pretty mystical. It's pretty magical. A woman's biology is something to behold. So, guys, respect and surf. Surf.
As my dad said before he died, you stand up to any man, but you run from any woman.
No, fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. My dad said the same cowardly bullshit, that fucking washed up motherfucker. My dad told me, you know, it's you're a stone in the bottom of the river, and they're gonna wear you down. They're gonna wear you down. I'm like, you're a fucking pussy, Dad. You're a fucking coward. And I was at the Chicago Con, Wizard World, like it was like 2001, maybe the year 2000. So I used to come back from Los Angeles to the Chicago Wizard World show on July 4th every year, because I could use it as a business expense, and I could see my family, and my family could come out and hang out at the booth and have fun. And I was there, and I had this is 1999. So I'm there, and I've got my new girlfriend, my old girlfriend's there, and I was banging one of the boneyard bitches. I was having sexual relations with one of the models. I had I'm not going to say who. I don't want it. That's between us. But at the same time, my father's watching all these women behind the booth talking to each other, and my dad's having a conniption. He's having a, and he's like, son, we got to go have a smoke. And my dad's smaller than me. Okay, imagine if Chuck Norris never did karate, smoked 3 packs a day, and had a Coca-Cola habit. That's my dad. And a bad perm. My dad had a bad perm. So I'm way bigger than my father. And he pulls me out. We're going for a smoke, son. We're going for a smoke. And he pulls me out of there, like he yanks me out by my shirt. And we're walking. We get about 4 or 5 tables away from my own booth. And he's like, what the fuck are you doing? Huh? What do you mean, Dad? You can't have them talking. What are you talking about, Dad? They're all talking together. You can't have that. What's wrong with you? What are you talking about, Dad? They're comparing notes. What? They're women. All those women, they're all talking to each other and comparing notes. And I'm like, Dad, I don't lie to my women. That's not what I'm talking about, God damn it. And he's furious. He's mad as fuck. He's mad. He's really mad. He's yelling at me. What the hell? They're gonna compare notes. I'm like, Dad, I'm me. I'm me. Whether I'm with that girl or that girl, I'm still me. What are they gonna compare? I didn't lie to anybody. Ladies and gentlemen, I ain't a cheater. So if I say I'm monogamous, and that's it. Sorry. I directed porn, and I never touched a single porn girl. Well, I slapped some ass, but I never fucked a porn girl. So my father was like losing his fucking mind. He's like, they're gonna talk to each other. And I'm like, Dad, I don't lie to them. That's not what I'm talking about. And I'm like, Dad, I don't care if they compare notes. I'm gonna be me no matter who I'm with. But I think that applies to what we do as artists. I'm going to be me no matter what. I have to be me. And the art that I create, I have to do it. I have to write these stories. I'm compelled. Does that sound like
we're up again?
I mean, not the story about the three women talking, Lucifer. I mean, like this idea that you are compelled to tell the stories
Yes,
Christ
absolutely.
compels you. Sorry.
I always say I don't tell the stories that I want to tell. I tell the stories that I need to tell. Every book.
Yeah,
is a story
they erupt out of your head. Like, I don't have any control over it.
No,
They just
Some of them do.
happen.
Yeah.
I mean, for me, I've got my Athenas that form fully forged from the brow. I was telling Lucifer about my Nicolas Cage, where Saint Nicholas was like the patron saint of pedophiles at one point, as a fully formed story that emerged. The rest of them are like Galateas, where you got to chip them out of that block of concrete slowly, and get them to step out. But you can hear them screaming in there, so you've got to keep chipping because you got to get them out.
For me, it's not get them out. Like, I'm possessed. Like, when I write, I am possessed. When I write poems for the dead, my poetry, I learned how to write in the dark. I got a speeding ticket from writing a poem in my car. You know what I mean? So for me, I say that my writing is an affliction. I have a seizure and I have to get this out. And that's what it's like for me. Unless I'm hired. If you hire me to write a story, it's a different thing. Like, I'm a professional. I'll tell the story you want me to tell as a pro. But for myself, this shit just happens. I feel like a victim of it.
I can understand exactly what you mean, because it's like you're just in this state where you cannot stop. No matter how hard you try, you sat there typing away and you're like, I really want to stop for a cigarette, but I fucking can't.
But Lucifer, when you're there writing, you're not there, are you?
No.
You're not there.
No.
You're
It's like you're in a meditative state at that point.
Yeah.
Like you're slowly leaving your own body, whilst it's almost like you've channeled into a different dimension.
For me, it's
stolen
not
someone's
slow.
life.
Like, for myself, when I write, it's a harsh. I'm there. I'm gone. I'm no longer here.
Yeah.
I'm here, and I akin it to a seizure. I have a seizure, and this shit bleeds out of me. And then when I come to it, I call it sober. When I come back to it clean, I can evaluate the writing, and that's when I refine the poetry. And also doing spoken. Do you read your work out loud?
Yes, I do occasionally.
That's my number one recommendation to any artist out there, any writer who's writing dialogue. Read your dialogue out loud.
Absolutely, because that's the best way to edit it. And one of my philosophies is you write like you're in love, but you edit like you're in charge.
Yeah. I sometimes won't read it, but I will turn on like the Microsoft.
No, I'm abusive. I'm abusive as hell. I don't write like I'm in love. God damn it. I write like I'm a goddamn whip-wielding fucking horrible stepfather. Motherfucker, you like that? Motherfucker, I got more. You want more, motherfucker? Fuck this bullshit. I'm there to hurt people when I write. Like, when I write, Jesus Christ, I'm not there to write something they'll forget in 5 fucking minutes. I'm writing something they're going to carry with them the rest of their goddamn lives.
You're going to scar them and make them come back for another one.
Yes. 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 That's why people are talking about my Dahmer book 30 fucking years later. I mean, let's face it. How many comics have been made? There's been a gazillion comics made, and it's getting easier every day. But you motherfuckers are talking about shit I did fucking 20 years ago.
Yep.
That's my example to the people at home. If you are true to yourself, if you fight the flood, if you stand up for your artistic vision, you will have no baggage. You will be fine with protest marches because it's an expression of you as an artist. You are communicating. And if you give up, it's going to haunt you. If you castrate your own vision as an artist, it will haunt you. But if you are true to yourself, if you are true to the story you want to tell, you'll be fine with all the cancel culture and all the bullshit and all that fucking crap. and you'll have a better story. You've got to be dedicated to your vision. You've got to be a madman. You've got to be I'm obsessed. I have to write these stories. I don't have a choice in it. It's a thing that I have to do. I must do this stuff. And right now I'm doing the Buildable Omnibus, and I'm having a lot of fun, like putting it together. And it's a real trip. Lucifer, I think you're kind of early in your career. So it's a hell of a thing to go back and look at something you did 30 years ago.
Yeah.
And to see that with new eyes, fresh eyes, your more mature eyes, your more experienced artistic eyes, and the Buildable stuff that's coming out, I'm like, God damn, I forgot how mean this stuff was. Oh my God. These assholes are going to shit their pants. Oh my God. There's a story in here called Lubricant that Buildable gets rear-ended by these yuppie assholes. So at gunpoint, he makes them rape each other.
Jeez.
I don't know how the modern fucking audiences are going to react to this shit. I have no fucking idea. But I'm looking at these stories and I'm like, dude, this shit is way more hardcore than you remember. Oh, fuck.
You thought the late
serious,
80s, early
you guys, you think I'm doing a performance, but I'm like, oh God, oh, these guys are upset about Frank Langella put his hand on an actress's leg. Buildable is fucking doing chew and drinking booze while he makes two dudes rape each other. God damn. Ah, fuck. Is there anything in the Ed Gein book that you did, Lucifer, that you're like, what the fuck? How are people going to react to this? Is there a moment in your series, whether it's issue 3 or issue 4 that hasn't come out, is there a moment in your series that you had a, what the fuck am I doing moment?
Yeah, it's called the cliffhanger of issue 3. It was a moment that I was like, if anyone's going to hate me, it's going to be because of that cliffhanger on issue 3. It was a real sort of like, fuck's sake, what am I doing in my life? It's the moment that I look at just the thumbnails that Christian's done for it, and I look at the script that I gave him for that particular moment, and then I think, how can I tell anyone that my mother's proud of me after putting this out into the world?
My mom was proud of everything I did. My father is sitting in the audience of Jerry Springer when I'm on the Jerry Springer show.
Yes.
My dad's in the audience, and some asshole in the audience goes, "What kind of piece of shit raised you?"
Yeah.
That's a quote. What kind of piece of shit raised you? Because you don't like my comic book. Really, I'm a piece of shit because you don't like one comic book, really. And I looked out in the audience, and my dad was laughing. And that empowered me. Remember that, all you cancel culture motherfuckers. Remember that. I'm going to laugh at you. They're going to laugh at you. They're going to laugh at you. They're going to laugh at you. Anybody a Carrie fan? Brian De Palma, Stephen King?
Yeah.
They're going to laugh at you.
Fucking great movie.
They're laughing at you. Hey, Hart, do you think that Lucifer's got these books too cheap? Because I'm looking at these tiers here. He's got like the digital and print catch-up. You can get both of the books in physical form, $10.
You know what, man? I'm going to say you want physical. Like, you want physical. There is something about having that book in your hand and the way the sunlight plays off the pages. Like, okay, here we go.
You're going to grab a book. And we're not going to be able to see it because he's in the dark.
Right? So we got the issue 2 right here in print. And it looks glorious, glorious in print. We've got uncoated interior pages that just make the black and white artwork pop.
Look at this, Hart. The book is printed. The book of number 2 is already printed, and he's still funding it.
Before the campaign even started, I got issue 2 printed.
Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous.
Oh, hello. What do you have there? Oh, yes. Oh, that's fucking glorious.
Billy Tucci, She, Omnibus. Hey, Bill. Hey, Deborah. Debbie.
But Now, here's the thing I'm going to ask, and I can't click through it yet because my credit card information would be exposed to everyone. Very, very inexpensive for the book.
Yep.
But you are in the UK.
Yes.
And the biggest audience, the biggest consumer base of comic books is the US.
Yes.
So what?
Wrong!
What?
Man.
Okay. Well, okay. Yeah, but we're going
The
to
number one consumer of DVD and printed matter, especially comic books. The Japanese have more comic books printed than toilet paper. Think about that. More
but they're not
comic
buying crowdfunded books.
printed than toilet paper.
But they're not buying the comic books that come through crowdfunding. I know because I'm doing the shipping for so many of them.
No,
And
what
I'm-
I mean is get off your ass, America. Get off your asses and market your shit to Japan.
Well, yeah, I brought that point up a bunch of times. I was like, why am I not shipping anything to Japan if they buy so many comic books? But what was your plan for marketing outside of the UK to the larger audiences like Japan or the US in terms of the shipping? I mean, how'd you surmount that?
Look, the unfortunate fact is that over here in the UK, we're going through hyperinflation at the moment. So with the first campaign, I was able to keep the shipping down real fucking
Thank you,
low.
sanctions against Russia. Thank you for all the sanctions against Russia. Drove up the prices on everything, you assholes. Yep. Did it hurt Russia? Nah, it didn't hurt Russia at all. But it's making the prices on everything go up, especially fuel.
Yep. And I mean, before that all happened, getting just the first issue was $2 and then about $5 for postage, so under $10. You
Lucifer, were you publishing before the lockdown?
Yes, but also no. Like many years ago I was publishing, then I took a break from it all and came back just before the lockdown. And then the lockdown hit and it was like, thanks lockdown, fucking great.
Are there comic conventions in the UK?
Oh,
I mean,
yes.
I know that like big shows you could go to before the lockdown.
Oh, before the lockdown, absolutely. I was a guest at quite a few of them, especially ones up in London and up in Norfolk. And I've even flown over to Germany to be a guest at a German convention before, and I visited some of the US conventions as well. But the ones in the UK, outside of London and Birmingham, you had like some small ones, but they had absolutely huge ones in London, Birmingham, even up in Scotland. They had absolutely huge, massive comic book conventions.
Nice. So when you did shows, did you move a lot of product? Did you sell a lot of, like for me, when I was doing indie comic conventions throughout, I mean, I left comics in 2004 to go into film and television production. And mostly at that point in time in 2004, it was porno. It was adult films. Yeah. And then I got the contract in 2008 to create the American Horrors TV show. And doing shows, I found that was the best way pre-internet for me to reach a new audience.
Yes.
It was the best way for me to communicate with my audience. And I'm a big mouth prick, and I know I'm a big mouth prick, but I love my fans, and I love interacting with my fans, and I love arguing with my fans. And I don't know if you've seen it, but you guys would probably laugh pretty good. On YouTube, go look up Boneyard Bitches Unleashed. And that's some of my videos of me doing shows in Chicago. And there's even one where I'm grilling a cop. I'm like, are you here to bust us for obscenity, or are you here ogling the girls? He's like, I'm here ogling the girls.
At least he's honest.
Yeah, damn straight. But to answer your question, pre-lockdown, pre-internet kind of stuff, conventions were the best place to go. And I used to shift so much because I was telling someone earlier, one thing I have a problem with in the indie community at the moment is the reluctance to give away a little something for free. See, when I started doing conventions, I used to be that asshole. It's like, I paid for this. And then I'd walk away and go, I've lost money. So then one day I was like, fuck this. I'm going to do everything. I'm going to do something that the other guys aren't doing because they're all struggling. They're losing money. So I stood in front of my table. I picked up all the issue 1s of a 6-issue mini-series that I had. And every person who walked past, free comic, free comic, free comic. I ended up being able to pay for all the print costs, my travel costs, my accommodation, and still make a profit on top. And all because I gave away free comic books. Just issue 1, just handed them out like they were fucking candy. And that was it. They went in no time.
Chicago Con, and I'm kind of brutal at a show. You guys think I'm tough on this podcast? I'm even worse at a show. So I'm at a show, and some fucking jackass kid is asking me if the fucking comics are free, and I'm like, yeah, they're free if you get on your hands and knees and suck my fucking cock. And Peter David was walking by the booth at that moment. The writer, Peter David. So Peter's shuffling by, and if you don't know, Peter's a shallow, fat little elf. He's a tiny little elf, fat fuck, balding fat fuck. And so he's walking by the booth, and he turns with this horrified look. Hart, did you just tell that person they can suck your dick? I said, yeah, if they expect these comics to be free, they can suck my fucking cock. There was another time where I didn't realize I was harassing Harlan Ellison.
Oh, Jesus!
I didn't know. I'm a Harlan Ellison fan. I'm a big fan of his writing, and it took me a good 5 minutes into my spiel to realize you are fucking with Harlan Ellison.
And he was probably like, somebody's finally... Look, the oldest
interview... No, he was smiling the whole time. He had his big sunglasses on. He was smiling. He was enjoying it. Because I'm in my spiel like, you need a Jeffrey Dahmer versus Jesus Christ comic book. What the fuck is wrong with you? What kind of poser are you? You're in this show. You want something that's going to, like, appreciate and value, right? Jeffrey Dahmer versus Jesus Christ is your fucking book.
The oldest interview on this channel right here, if you scroll through all the interviews and get back to the beginnings of this history, 7 years ago when criticalblast.com was just coming up and I was at a science fiction convention, first interview is with Harlan Ellison, and I asked him about time management skills, about, how can you write so many stories and still you don't have a life? And he just looked at me and said, well, that's a stupid question. I knew it would be going in, but I was prepared by others like, oh God, you're interviewing Harlan? Good luck.
Dude, I've got a 3-hour interview with Rob Liefeld that I did for the Comics Journal back like 22 fucking years ago when he left Image that would burn people's brains out. I've interviewed Todd McFarlane. My interview with Frank Miller would really freak people out because I called Frank on all the times he stole from Mickey Spillane. Mickey Spillane was my father's favorite writer. So I've read all the books. So Frank, we all know what you're stealing. We all know. Anybody who's read those books knows what you stole. It wasn't an homage. You stole it. You stole the ending of Kiss Me Deadly. You stole the ending of The Big Fat Kill from somebody else. And you just counted on the fact that they didn't read your work. And in my interview with Frank, in the tape, which hasn't been released, Frank got really angry with me. Frank got really belligerent with me about it because I know those fucking books, motherfucker. So I know exactly what you stole. It's not an homage. You stole it, motherfucker. You stole it.
Oh, yeah, because, people who read comic books don't read Mickey Spillane. Come on.
Nope. And we could go downstairs and I could take this camera and I could put it on the bookshelf and show you my omnibus collections of Mickey Spillane that I used to buy for my dad. Like, I'm into collectibles. I like collectible books. I like collectible comics. My collection here is filled with amazing signed stuff. And I used to buy my father, I would look for them. I would look for these old Mickey Spillane books and I'd buy them for my dad. So when he passed away in 2004, I got him. I got all the books I bought for him. Like, I've got a bunch of first print Richard Stark books. If you don't know who Richard Stark is, he created Parker, which is a major character.
Yes.
Stephen King is highly influenced by Richard Stark. That's the pen name for God. What's his real name? Fuck, I can't remember the guy's real name. He wrote a bunch of caper fucking fuck. It's George something. Jesus, I'm sorry. No, end of rant. You got to talk now.
Oh, okay, right.
I'm
Fair
running
enough.
out of
Right.
Jack. I'm gonna have to go get a refill.
Absolutely, because it's fucking criminal if you run out of Jack. We're not having that. Not on this stream.
Exactly. You understand me exactly, Lucifer Storm.
Oh, damn straight. I'm partial to Applejack Daniels. It's the monkey on my back that I don't even try to knock it off anymore. I'm just like, hey, you're back. Nice.
So on the background here, as I'm talking to you guys, the American Horrors channel is playing, and there's a thing for Blue Chew gum, and it's a dick pill. It's a dick chewing gum to make your dick hard. So me and Trike are talking. Trike is my hobbit. He's a comedic actor that I work with on American Horrors, and we're talking about doing a whole sketch where we're gonna go buy a couple of strap-on dildos, like some big 9-inch cocks. I don't have a 9-inch cock. I don't. Sorry, I got a Pierce cock, but it's not 9 inches. Okay, so I've got a nice, good, solid 7-gauge ring in there. I lead the way with steel like a Marine. But we're going to do a spoof of the Blue Chew gum where we're all chewing the gum and we're like, you feel anything? And we're walking around the studio with these fucking strap-ons and basketball shorts and knocking everything off of the tables and shit and off. I don't feel nothing. Do you feel something? I don't feel nothing.
It's got to be
my
fun
life,
to have
you guys.
a TV studio
One
that
of the-
you can do anything with.
One of the great joys of having my own horror television channel is I don't need Diamond. I need no distributor. The channel's on. So if I shoot something this afternoon, it's up tonight.
Yeah.
You get what I mean? Like I like that. I really like the immediacy of the network. And American Horrors isn't Boneyard Press. Boneyard Press was more of a cult thing, and it was more of a I'm going to hurt you thing. American Horrors is far more, I guess, entertaining for the masses. It's more funny. It's a lot more fun. Boneyard Press. The bat phone just rang. Who the fuck are you, and what the fuck are you doing calling this number? Hey, asshole, are you a sales call? Yeah, hang up. Fuck you.
Live on air,
guys. American Horrors' phone is right here. I took this tip from Danzig, okay? So me and Glenn Danzig have done a lot of work together. I started working with Glenn in 1994, and I was a big fan of Danzig and the Misfits. And so at Glenn's house, at his personal house, he has a phone just like this. No answering machine, no identifying anything. So if you call Danzig's house, you're going to get a phone like this. So I kind of took that. I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. That's the new Boneyard phone.
Nice.
Old school as it gets, bitch.
Fuck yes.
And I love fucking with sales calls or unsolicited calls. We got
Dude, it's an unlisted number. It's not listed. I have not put that number anywhere. No one is supposed to have this fucking number. So if that fucking phone rings, who the fuck is calling? Nobody has this phone number. Fucking nobody.
I love fucking with them though, because when we moved out of state and we finally got new numbers in that state, well, one of the new numbers belonged to some lady who had bought a car and had quit paying for it. And it happened to be my wife's number at the time. And she's telling me, I got this guy calling me and he's bugging me all the time. And she's like, she's upset. And they're like, we know this is you, Donna. You don't tell us you got this other name. And it's like, I'm not Donna. I didn't buy a car. And finally it happened when I was home. I was like, here's how you deal with this. And I could tell she was on the phone with them again. It's like, and I took the phone and said, hello, what? Who this? She did what? Who the fuck told you could buy a goddamn car? Where you hiding this goddamn car? I said, "You can come get the car. Hello, hello," and they never called again.
All right. So, on that note, RJ, I've been getting these phone calls. Okay, I do Credit Karma. I keep track of my credit. I keep track of my debts. I know who I owe money to. I know who I owe nothing to. So when these assholes call, we're about to start doing a segment on American Horrors where I call these assholes back. No, I've been calling them back. I've been calling them back, and I've been going, you know what? I do not give my consent to being recorded. You need to turn the recording off. Well, I can't do that, sir. Well, I don't give my consent. It's illegal for you to record me. I do not give my consent to you recording me. They hang up. They hang up. Or I answer the phone as, hello, you have reached American Horrors. What is your scam? Scam likely. Because you get the warning on your phone.
Yeah.
Or the other one is this Hart Fisher? How about fuck you? Who are you? You called me. Who are you? The way this works in the real world of business, folks, let me let all the people at home who are listening, let me let you understand how this works as a professional. The way this works is in business, you got a business line. And your secretary, whether it's male or female or binary or whatever the fuck you want to call it, answers the fucking phone. They go, hi, welcome to American Horrors. Hi, welcome to Boneyard Press. How may I help you? And then the person calling goes, hey, I'm Ted, and I'm from this company, and I want to talk to Hart Fisher. Well, what is your business with Mr. Fisher?
The script.
No, that's real. This is real. This is honest. I ain't making this up. This isn't a fucking dodge. This is how business works. I, as the boss, am trying to figure out. I talk to so many people every day. I get 200 emails a fucking day. So you're prioritizing who you communicate with. So if the person calling you cannot identify their business and cannot identify what their business is about, tell them to fuck themselves. Go fuck yourself. If you call up the business, hi, I'm Sally from American Grindhouse, and we want to talk to Hart Fisher. Okay, what's your business? Well, we want to talk about advertising on his network. That's a call I'm going to take. Hey, I want to talk to Mr. Fisher about publishing comics, or I want to buy advertising on the network. That's a call you take. Hi, I'm nobody who insists you identify yourself as Hart Fisher, and I won't tell you what my business is, and I won't tell you why I need to speak to Mr. Fisher. That's the person you tell to fuck off. Absolutely. And that's in your right. And that's legitimate business, okay, guys and gentlemen? So if you're being harassed by these assholes, start posting their phone number online. Post their phone number online. Start being proactive, because this bullshit that's going on is garbage. It infuriates me. Who the fuck do you think you are? Who the fuck are you? I know my debts. Sources, management, resources. Who the fuck are you?
I will take their numbers down, and then what I'll do is, on any given day, I'll call one of them and leave a message and tell them to call me back at the other number.
Yeah. No, I call them back all the time. It's a lot of fun. I actually call them back all the time, and it's a lot of fun for me. I'm just like, hi, you called my number. Who are you? Well, I'm Tina from Sources Management Resources. Well, Tina, what's your business with this number? Is this Hart Fisher? No, that's not the game we're playing. Who are you? Why did you call this number? Well, I'm Tina with Sources Management. Tina, what's your business with Mr. Fisher? Well, are you Mr. Fisher? That's not the question. Who are you? Why are you calling my number? And what is your business with this number? Because my phone number is a business line. It's a business line, motherfucker. It's my production line. I'm making movies. I'm making TV shows. I'm fucking busy, asshole. What is your fucking business? Well, is this Mr. Fish? No, asshole. What is your fucking business? And this is what America and the rest of the world needs to learn. Start standing up for yourself. Start telling these corporate fucks to go fuck themselves.
Oh, we're talking about a book tonight, aren't we? It's not even.
You woke me up early, you son of a bitch. You got me out of bed 2 hours early. I normally get up at like 1:30 in the afternoon or 2 in the afternoon.
Oh, man.
You woke me up early.
Next time we're going
Ed
at 9 a.m.
Gein, Demon Hunter. Come on, you guys. What kind of cheap bastards are you? We got this crazy Brit. He's calling himself Lucifer Storm, which means he's got a small cock. So you better fucking contribute to his goddamn motherfucking comic. What the hell's wrong with you? You got to help out the small penis guy. That's why you got the fake name. You got the fake name because you got a small cock. You got big balls, small cock. It's okay. It's fine. Unless you got a taste for anal sex and you're embarrassed about that. But we got to contribute to this Ed Gein book. God damn it. What's wrong with you guys? Ed Gein, Demon Hunter, that is a comic book you want to read.
How else am I meant to get the big extension surgery?
Or a big cock, you want to support this cock guy.
Yeah, help him get the extension surgery. You're correct.
Yes, absolutely.
Away from the funding, we've had 2 backers come up in the last.
Yes.
Oh my God, we've been on here 2.5 hours. This is a long show.
You flaccid sons of bitches. We only got 2. How much are you asking for? It's not a lot of money. What the fuck? Get your dick hard. Fucking get on here. Buy this fucking book. What is wrong with you? Ed Gein, Demon Hunter. What the fuck? This shit sells itself. What the fuck?
Oh, I am so clipping that part of the show and showing that to everyone who's like, what's the book about? Well, let Hart explain.
Yes,
with his nuts in the little vice, so I could get higher level. Like, what are you talking about? Right now on American Horrors, behind like the screen I'm looking at is a trailer for Conquest, which is a
Lucio Fulci,
awesome Italian Conan ripoff, Star Wars ripoff. And man, there's a lot of titties in this fucking trailer.
Oh yes, there is.
You know what I'm talking about? Conquest.
Oh yeah, because that was
with the magic bow, and he's shooting like laser arrows.
Because that was Lucio Fulci who made that movie.
It is. It's Fulci.
Yeah. Can't beat Fulci, mate. Fucking excellent
every
director.
movie is full of titties.
So let's get back to my harangue. Hey, you fucking jagoffs. How come you haven't contributed to fucking Demon Hunter? What the fuck? Ed Gein, Demon Hunter? Get the fuck out of here. That's a book you want to support. That's a book you want to buy. And you got some crazy Brit asshole calling himself Lucifer Storm? Well, fuck yeah. You want to support that too.
Absolutely.
Love it.
You know, look, here's the thing I found out. And no offense to American writers like Hart D. Fisher here. But when I want to read about the devil, it's always a British writer that does it best. I don't know. In fact, I wrote a story involving Lucifer. I called it Jehovah's Witness. It was God on trial, and Lucifer was called as the lead defense witness of all things. And I passed it to a beta reader, and she's like, "Why is Lucifer British?" I'm like, because he is.
No, well, you know, they've got a long history with witchcraft and burning witches. Yep. I mean, Dennis Wheatley is one of the best writers of this kind of thing, with The Devil Rides Out, all these classic Christopher Lee films. Most people don't understand that Christopher Lee was one of the producers on a lot of these satanic horror films, and people forget that Christopher Lee and Peter Cushing are war veterans, that they were involved with MI6, and they were part of the Dirty Works division. So when you see Christopher Lee doing shit, that dude's a real motherfucker. He's the real thing.
Yeah.
Lucifer, back me up on this.
I agree with Hart 100%. That man is a fucking legend. The shit that Christopher Lee saw in his lifetime, fuck me, it's insane. I believe he was one of the people.
Christopher Lee made some of the best satanic horror films, period.
Oh, God, yes. There's no doubt about it. No question about it. People have tried to imitate and failed fucking miserably.
Like a lot of the stuff that Rob Zombie's Lords of Salem, that they ripped off. I like Lords of Salem. I like that film, except for the stuff where Sherry Moon Zombie is pissing in the bathroom. I'm like, really, Rob? What part of seeing her urinate in the bathroom is advancing the story, Rob? Really? Do
Yeah,
I
exactly.
really need to see your wife take a piss? No,
Yeah.
I don't. I don't know what that's about, buddy. But the rest of the film, I really like. The soundtrack is fantastic. But most of the films he's ripping off, like Blood on Satan's Claw, they're all on American Horrors for free.
Yeah, so why not just watch the originals? The originals are fucking fantastic. You can't beat the classic satanic kind of British horror movies. Just like
I'm going to say the only people that beat out the British on the satanic horror films are the Italians.
That's because
like Baba's Mask of Satan.
Yes. Oh, that's fucking amazing. That is absolutely amazing. But Italian filmmaking, especially when it came to like the giallo stuff that you had from Bava and Argento, is just it's out of this world.
Stuff, yeah. We have a regular guest on our Sunday night show, James Lee, who's writing a series called The Steins. It's doing rather well in paperback, and he is actually Christopher Lee's cousin. He'll tell stories of meeting at family reunions now and how tall Christopher Lee was.
Wasn't he 6'3" or 6'4"?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, he was a huge.
He was a very tall guy, and one of the things they talked about the original Hammer Dracula film. Sorry, guys, I'm getting another Jack and Coke refill. One of the things that I loved about the horror films with Christopher Lee was how physically athletic he was. Like they talked about that. In the original Dracula that Christopher Lee is in the very first one, there's a great scene where he comes running down the stairs and he leaps across the table, and you could see the real athleticism of Christopher Lee. And it made a much more threatening Dracula rather than, I'm going to pose. You know what I mean? Like, it's different. Lucifer, talk while I pour, buddy.
No worries, my man. No worries. No, I'm with you, man. Christopher Lee was the best Dracula out there, by far. Because it wasn't just that psychological presence that he brought. It was that physical presence. Like, he was just the whole package.
And apparently,
it's not just that. He's a real killer. Like, Christopher Lee is a real killer. He did this for real. Same with, like, Donald Pleasance. Donald Pleasance was a real war veteran. So Donald Pleasance brought a real presence to what he was doing. We play a film on American Horrors involving Donald Pleasance is a big cat hunter. It's called Out of Darkness. And it's all about him and a Black Panther. And the Black Panther is hunting him in Thailand. And they used a real Black Panther for this. So all the stunts are done with real big cats. And that's an actor that I feel brings gravitas based on his real life. Same with, like, people don't think about Don Rickles as being real, but that dude was in the war.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You're going to have to rewatch this segment later because there were moments while you were pouring your Jack and Coke where you're standing up and you and Lucifer were in sync, and it looked like you were taking up the two of you as one body.
We've been in sync a lot of this. Like, we both went for the beverage at the same fucking time at one point when you were talking. We both did it, like, in sync. It's hilarious. That's why he's Lucifer Storm, and I'm known as the devil.
Well, you've got to be more devilish because George Peter Gatz says, what a pussy. Why not just pour a Coke in the Jackson, just do the bottle? That way you don't keep getting
Well, that's an alcoholic.
Oh, if you pour
an alcoholic 2 hours early. You guys, this is me in the morning, right? Me in the morning, like I got up, like I normally get up at 2 or 3 in the afternoon because I'm up all night. So that other shit is virtue signaling alcoholism.
But real drinking hours haven't hit yet.
No, they're right here.
So we've talked horror movies and we've talked Ed Gein. Let's bring that together, Lucifer. I mean, what
Lucifer Storm? Why did you take that as your pen name?
It just seemed like the most fitting name for me. Plus, I get to do that great joke of like, some people think I'm the devil, and especially if you speak to a couple of my exes, they will say like, no, he is the devil. But I don't know.
I worked with Peter Kirkhope, Rob Black. I did torture porn. My friends hang from hooks in their knees. So I come from a far more extreme background. And so when people say I'm the devil, and they do, they've often called me the devil. Yeah. I'm just a devil. I'm not the devil. Yeah. I'm just a devil. I'm not grandiose enough to think I'm the devil, but I like to provoke.
Yeah.
And also, I don't know. I was talking to Danzig about it. I'm like, Glenn, are you a real Satan worshiper? And Glenn's like, no, I'm identifying with the rebel. So for myself, it's about being the rebel. So this whole thing about the devil is about being the rebel. And I'm like, okay, I get that. I really get that. And honestly, if you look at most Christianity, it's satanic, because these Christians aren't behaving the way Jesus said you should behave. If you kill somebody, you're not a Christian, dude. You don't get to fucking murder for the state. The state doesn't get to say, oh, it's okay to murder. It's fine. Go kill that brown guy over there. Let's go send some drones over here. Let's go bomb these fucking children over there. And it's okay. God's okay with this. God's not okay with any of it, dude. If you're killing people, you're going to hell, man. Your reasoning is your bullshit. And if you believe in Christianity, if you are a true Christian, there's no excuse, bro. There's no thou shalt not kill except, which is a great Sam Raimi film.
Yes, it is. Fantastic Sam Raimi film.
There is no notation in the Ten Commandments that it's okay to kill for this reason. It's not. So if you're going to follow this stuff, if you're going to believe in fairy tales and you're going to believe in unicorns and magic, you better follow all the rules, bitch.
So you talk about great films here. We got Ed Gein, Demon Hunter. Lucifer, who makes Ed Gein, Demon Hunter the film, and why is it Hart Fisher on American Horrors?
Can you think of anyone better?
Not really. No, not for this one especially.
I mean come on, animated.
You got kids reading porn.
Oh, that's interesting.
I think it should be animated. I'm not feeling a live action film for what you're doing. Okay. I feel it should be a black and white animation. And we experimented with that a little bit on American Horrors. One of the great things about owning your own television network is you get to put on what you like. And so what people fail to understand is Hart Fisher, program everything. And so the films that are on there, some of the films I haven't seen. So some of the movies, I'll admit it, I have not seen them. But the reason they're on the network is because one of my friends said, man, I love this movie. And I respect their work. I respect their judgment. And I go, you know what? If my buddy Chris J. Miller thinks this is a cool movie, then somebody else is going to think it's a cool movie. So I'm going to play it. Even though it's not something that I'm into, I'm going to play this because I think there's an audience for it. And it's meant to be escapist entertainment. That's why American Horrors is free. My comic books, I will tell you guys, my comics are a different trip. I'm going to hurt you. Yeah. I'm going to fuck you up. I'm going to get in your fucking head. You're never going to forget these books. You're never going to forget these books. But American Horrors, the channel, is a lot of fun.
Awesome.
So had you considered what this might look like in a form outside of comics in another medium, like animation? I mean,
I had a guy recently.
Done any films, Lucifer, have you written anything or done any short horror films?
I've written a couple of animated pieces that unfortunately didn't go anywhere. But film is something I would definitely like to get into at some point. I would love to experiment with film.
Now, you're in the UK, right?
Yes.
Are you like in London? Are you in Surrey? Where are you at?
I'm in Bournemouth, so right at the bottom, smack bang in the middle, right by the beach. Literally, I can walk out my front door, walk for about 10, 15 minutes, and I'm at Mary Shelley's grave.
Nice. We do a show called Gorecast on the network. They're based out of Limerick, Ireland. Cool. There's a big film community that pays attention to American Horrors. I think that you should pursue doing some kind of short horror film, not a feature. Get your feet wet. What I would say to people at home is this: most folks are focused on a feature, and that in the 70s and the 80s you needed a feature, but now in the YouTube age, and now with networks like my own, a short is a really good way to build your brand and build your vision, because you could shoot a short in a weekend. A feature film is a war. It's a war. It's going to take a long time to get done. It's going to take a long time to cut. It's going to take a long time to market. But a short film, you can get into film festivals. You can shoot it. It's easy to write. So, Lucifer, I would recommend to you that you should write a short film involving Ed Gein, Demon Hunter, without a lot of effects. Make it smart. Make it something where you could control the locations, where you could fucking shoot it with all the digital cameras and stuff. Now is the right age to be a filmmaker. It really is. And so we have access to microphones and like when you used to light film, you had to have like, is it tungsten lighting or is it regular lighting? And it was a whole thing. And like lights for films were a nightmare, and they fucking sucked up your grid. You couldn't plug them into normal outlets. They blow out your fuses. They sucked up so much juice. You had to handle the lights with like fucking oven mitts because they burn you. So right now with digital filmmaking, I would recommend to you, your comic book is very visual. It's very interesting. Your concept is, in Hollywood, they call it high concept. Ed Gein, Demon Hunter. Ed Gein, Demon Hunter. Which means they call it high concept, but what it means is that you can break it down to one sentence. So I think you should really, really do some short films.
Cool. I'm glad that you said that, because that's something I would like to do. And if you're recommending it, I'd be a fucking idiot to ignore that recommendation. So that's, and you know,
the owner of a television network that's worldwide.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. So
for the year right now, for American Horrors, right now, 2.2 million viewers.
That's fucking amazing.
Yeah, average watch time per viewer, 35 minutes. Fuck you, YouTube. Fuck you, YouTube. It's 5 seconds on YouTube. Average watch time on YouTube is 5 fucking seconds. At American Horrors, it's 35 minutes. So suck my dick, YouTube, and you censor shit.
And you know what? You never get up in the morning, or afternoon in your case, I guess, and check your email, and you get an email from American Horror saying, this video's been demonetized. Because
well, they do that on purpose. That's a scam. YouTube is using different bullshit. They're keeping all the ad money. It's not like your video was demonetized. It wasn't demonetized. YouTube is keeping all the money. You are getting fucked. So I would advise every horror creator, boycott YouTube. Don't watch it. Get the fuck off it. Fuck YouTube. Fuck you, YouTube. You're a censorious piece of shit. You're part of the lockdown. You're part of censoring doctors. You're part of censoring political people you don't agree with. Fuck you, man. Fuck you. Free speech is where it's at, guys. I mean, honestly, you want to show how weak you are? I can't even be bothered to listen to your point of view. That's how weak you are.
Guys, 3 hours, and I know we set this early, Hart, not to get you out of bed, but so that Lucifer could get to bed.
Well, he's fine. He's smoking a cigarette. He's got his microphone. He's in his cute little suit. He's blow dried. I got out of bed, fuckface. I'm the one that you should let me talk for another 2 fucking hours, you jag off. I'm the one that I look like shit. I'm wearing sweatpants. Motherfucker. I haven't even combed my hair. I just fucking pulled it back in a hair tie because I got out of bed for this. I haven't even had coffee yet.
Oh man, and Hart, I can't express enough how grateful I am for you joining this broadcast here. I mean,
absolutely, this has been amazing.
I just pull favors from Hart all the time, and just assume that
Lucifer, you know, are you tired, Lucifer? Are you sleepy? Lucifer? Is Lucifer sleepy? Need a nappy? Nappy time? You want a wet wipe? Want a wet wipe in a juice box, Lucifer?
Lucifer's like, I want to
cuddle. I want to cuddle from Uncle Hart. That's what I want. I want to reach through the screen, wrap my arms around Uncle Hart and say, it's going to be okay. Brace yourself, I'm going in dry.
I'm huggy, but I don't like dry. Dry's not good. I need the lube. Dry hurts. I mean, I've been cornholed before, but not dry. Cornholed by life, thank you, not by like an actual cock life. And I prefer to be lubed up a little bit before I get fucked.
Well, I can at least buy you dinner, but I don't know about the lube.
Yeah, well, that.
I'll bring my
Gotta
Spider-Man
have the
outfit if
lube.
that helps.
You
Hold on.
buy Taco Bell, and then the lube provides itself. Oh no!
To quote a fantastic film, Evolution, there's always time for lube.
Yes.
Astroglide.
With two S's?
Astroglide.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, when you've got a pierced cock, you need some lube, god damn it. You're leading the way with fucking steel. It's a big goddamn ring. It's bigger than your fucking car keys ring. Christ's sake. Need some lube.
You don't want to get caught on anything, especially if it yanks it out.
Well, it's happened. It's happened like yanking down like my pants a couple times. I've got the ring caught, and you're like, oh shit!
It's in the zipper. Ouch!
Ow!
Folks, we're going to have Hart in this anthology that, by the way, I'm pulling the trigger on today for the mass market with Ingram Sparks. So it's going to be showing up real quick here. This is The Devil You Know Better. 20 short stories of people's encounters with the devil of one form or another.
And
one poem, which leads off the series, by the way. And at some point here, real soon, if the local printer will ever decide that they want my money and call me back and let me get some costs, we're going to crowdfund a special edition of this one. It's going to be hardcover. It's going to be like an inch bigger in both directions. So it's going to be a nice hardcover. We have Stefano Cartacelli contracted to do prints. He's done 2 of them, chapter illustrations.
Who is Stefano? What's his last name? Who is this
Stefano
guy?
Cartacelli. Didn't he work on heavy metal?
I think so. Now I've got to Google that. I've seen him do other comic book covers.
And I believe he did a little bit on 2000 AD at one point.
Now that's a cool imprint. I mean, I'm friends with Kevin Eastman, so also friends with Frank Forte, who's been working for Heavy Metal. I have not read an issue of Heavy Metal in about fucking 10 years at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, Stefano Cartacelli does Stanley Kubrick, a new art book. He did A Clockwork Orange for Heavy Metal.
Oh, okay.
Awesome.
So very cool. But for every $500 limit we hit, we're going to have another Stefano Cartacelli piece in there up to the 20. We've got 20 pieces. So everybody, if we hit that level, everybody's submission will have a Stefano Cartacelli illustration based on their story. Would love that to happen.
So it's an illustration of you, R.J. Carter, taking a crap on your toilet, right?
No. It'll be of the devil or some scene from the story. Plus,
you as the devil taking a crap on your toilet.
Yeah, that would work.
A big one, like a big scary poop, like a big, oh my God, poop.
Yeah, and I keep trying to get this down to a Luciferian point, but it doesn't stay that way. It just wants to get hillbilly wide, so I'm gonna have to trim it or something. But and Hart, I know I've talked with you about this. I swear to God, I have. This hardcover will be including signed book plates by 2 of our contributors, Mike Barron and the master Hart Fisher. Both signed on. I did tell you that, didn't I? I would hate to think that I just committed you to something that you didn't know was happening.
I did not know, but I'm fine.
Okay.
I didn't know. All right. The worst signature thing I ever did was we did the Dark Angel versus Razor crossover. It's something I don't get a lot of credit for. Boneyard Press did a lot of amazing stuff. My publishing company. We did a lot of groundbreaking stuff that the mainstream press won't give us credit for. Like I published the first Russian comic books made by Russian artists in America. Nobody else did that. I did that with Rectum Erectum. And also that particular artist from Rectum Erectum, Eric, he did the cover for the Dahmer book. So I'm not giving credit for that. Fuck you, assholes. Especially fuck you, Overstreet Price Guide. Overstreet Price Guide. Fuck you. They list Boneyard Press as an underground publisher. We were never an underground publisher. We were in all the same bookstores as everybody else. So these price guides have specifically kept Boneyard Press products out of their price guides, especially the Overstreet Price Guide for comics. And they said their excuse to Gary Don Guzzo, their excuse was, oh, Hart's an underground publisher. Suck my dick. We were never underground. I'm the first publisher of comics to have his work sold in the Hot Topic stores in the 90s in the mall. Fuck that underground tag, you assholes at Overstreet Price Guide. Fuck you in the ass. And comic book, oh God, I'm going to go off on a tangent. Sorry, I'm going to stop. I'm going to come back. What did you ask me?
I don't know. I think I was getting ready to ask about how your Dark Angel was not the Marvel UK Dark Angel, and that you actually...
No, son of a bitch. Now we're going to talk about how I'm the only creator to ever sue Marvel Comics and win. Don't see that in the history books, do you? You don't see that written about anywhere. I am the only comic creator to sue Marvel Comics for copyright and trademark infringement on my title Dark Angel and win. Nobody else. Nobody. So suck me, Disney. Come get me, bitch. I'll cut your throats in your fucking bed. Fuck you, you motherfuckers. Too tough for Disney, as you can see the quote in the film Serial Killer Culture. Because when I did Rectum Erectum, we did the Halloween special. In the Halloween special, it is Mickey Mouse with a Donald Duck dick. And I sent that to Disney's legal department. I personally mailed that to Disney's legal department because when I worked for Vivid Video, my boss, Jeff Lamb, his wife worked for Disney. So I sent the book to them and they didn't take me on. Hello, Disney, I'm waiting for you, you fucking bag of dicks. Come get it, bitches. Come get it, bitches. They walked away. They walked away. They don't tangle with me. I've tangled with a lot of these assholes, and they know I'll go to litigation. I will pursue you in court. I have no problem with lawyers. When you have been involved in a murder trial, when your woman, the woman that you love, has been raped and murdered, and you are at every fucking trial for 10 fucking years, and you're a fucking witness in a sex crime trial, and you got to look at the guy who raped and murdered your woman, who shot your woman in the face with a shotgun. Disney, fuck you. You ain't got shit. You can't scare me, motherfucker. I'm from hell. I'm from hell, motherfucker.
I'm just marveling at the revelation that the guy who ran Vivid Video, with which I am intimately familiar, full pun intended.
This was the art director.
There was a familiar relationship.
I dealt with the owner, Steve. I dealt with Steve's wife at Vivid. I dealt with them because I was a graphic designer for Vivid Video. They had a independent studio, and so I was a graphic designer for them for 2.5 years.
That would be a dream job. My dream job would be something like photographer for Vivid Video. Yeah, that would be exactly what I want to do.
I did that too. I shot camera for a lot of their video stuff when the internet was first launching. Vivid decided that they were going to do a thing where they were going to do like a 3-hour segment. And I really felt sorry for the guys who had to go through this. The idea was you had an hour of like tease, you had an hour of oral, then you had an hour of fucking. And I'm like, holy shit, that's a lot of sex, man. And so I shot a bunch of this stuff for Vivid. I was a cameraman director for them. And I shot this. At Satsuma Studios in Hollywood, California, actually Studio City, and it was interesting because I really felt sorry for the guy. Like, how the hell are you going to do this for like fucking 3 hours?
Yeah,
and not come? Oh my god! But it was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed. I enjoyed my time in the adult film industry. I really enjoyed working with the people I worked with. I'm friends to this day with Max Hardcore. Herschel Savage was at my wedding. The caterer at my wedding was from Vivid. He was like the pimp. We won't get into that, but I was working on a tell-all book with the pimp of Vivid, who would take the girls around all their clients and stuff. That's not something I'll go into right now because that book did not happen. But I know the secrets. Howard Stern, I know your secret, Howard.
Ooh. Okay, I think I would love to know this story now. And if the book didn't happen, you know a publisher.
Well, I did the Rush Limbaugh Must Die book, and Rush Limbaugh gave me a thumbs up on the air at his height of popularity in the early 90s. When he was at the peak of his popularity, he was shooting out of the same studio in New York that Sally Jesse Raphael was. So when I was on the Sally Jesse Raphael show, they hated Rush. They hated that guy. And so I made a point. I brought like 50 copies of the Rush Limbaugh Must Die book when I was on Sally Jesse, and I gave it to him. I'm like, you guys make sure this gets to Rush. Well, Rush Limbaugh gave me a thumbs up on the air because why? Well, I read his book.
Yeah.
I read his books before I did the spoof. If I'm going to spoof you, I'm going to put personal shit in there. So if you read Kill Image, if you read Kill Marvel, if you read Rush Limbaugh Must Die, if you read Howard Stern versus Rush Limbaugh, if you read OJ's Big Bust Out, if you read Doing Time with OJ, I always put personal stuff in there that would fuck with the person.
Yeah.
You get me? So I made sure there was stuff in the OJ book that involves stuff from his life. I made sure that in the Rush Limbaugh book, there was stuff from his book in there. Same with Howard Stern versus Rush Limbaugh. Now, Rush Limbaugh had a good sense of humor about this. Howard was a pussy. Howard didn't like the book. Howard was upset that there was a scene in there where I had him fingering Robin Quivers under a desk. And Howard put the kibosh. Yeah. Howard, I was supposed to do a store signing at a comic book store with Stuttering John in the 90s. And he put the kibosh on that. So Howard's a candy-ass pussy. He calls himself the king of all media. Fuck you, you bitch. You're a bitch. How many movies you made, Howard? How many movies you directed? How many short films have you directed? How many TV shows have you directed, bitch? You're not the king of all media. You're a poser. You're a poser bitch. And you took your payoff to go to your satellite radio isolated fence. So they took you out of the common parlance. Don't you know what they did, Howard? Howard, you used to be a political influence. Howard, you used to move the needle. And they removed you. They made you a pay audience, like Bill Maher. Bill Maher is a phony rebel. Bill Maher is a fucking coward in a yard. He's barking through the fence. He's a little dog that barks through the fence. You get what I'm saying? Bark, bark, bark.
And
safe. Safe as fuck. Neutered. Yeah, neutered. That's what they did to Howard. Howard used to be a major political influence. And they gave him his $100 million, and they put him off in his walled garden, and they're trying to do the same goddamn thing to Joe Rogan. They're trying to do the same thing to Joe Rogan. Only Joe Rogan has an honest dialogue. He's not obsessed with like titties and lesbians. I got so bored with Howard. Howard was boring. He bored me. He bored the shit out of me. Joe Rogan, his show, that's a show. That's a show that everybody should watch, whether you like it or not, because he brings on people and they can have a dialogue. They can have an honest, like we are. We're having a dialogue. I'm ranting and raving, but no one's going, Hart, where's your talking points? What are you selling? Why are you on the show? How come you're deviating from the message? Oh, no, you can't have a conversation with these guys, even though they woke you up early and you're cranky as fuck. I'm cranky in the morning. This is me in the morning, you sons of bitches, and I haven't had any coffee. Fuck, I'm drinking the Jack and Coke to wake up.
6 of them. 6. Not that we're counting.
Are we on 6?
Yeah, I think we are.
It's been 3 hours. We're fine.
Yeah, that roughly works out one every half hour. I think that's I think that's
I'm
taking it a little slow.
235
It's fine.
pounds. I'm not a fucking candy ass pussy. I'm 235 fucking pounds. I'm a big hunk of manhood, and I'm trouble. I'm a maniac. I'm an actual maniac. I'm a martial arts freak.
Well,
And I'm still going to get a hug out of you one way or another. One day we're going to be in the
Lucifer,
same
you be
room, and
careful
I'm going
what
to be like,
you ask for. I will. You're probably a little fella, so I'll hug you and I'll pick you up off your feet and I'll swing you around like it's the sound of music, and I'll swing you around, and your feet will be swinging around because I'm a monster. I am. I'm sorry. I'm a monster. I just own it.
I want to be holding the camera when you two meet at a convention and that happens, and I will put the Sound of Music soundtrack over the top of that.
I want
Lucifer.
that to happen. My dreams.
Lucifer,
have just
how
been
tall are you?
distracting me.
How tall are you?
I'm 5'8".
What do you weigh? Like 180?
Yeah, around that.
You're a cute little doll man, and I'll have fun spinning you around. You're
On
pretty.
that-
You got your cute little suit. You got your lighting. Got your little microphone. You got your little tchotchke in your suit jacket. You're adorable. You're lovely. I'll have fun manhandling you, but I'll be nice. I won't hurt you.
Oh no, don't be nice. No. Be kind, but not nice.
Oh, Lucifer's a power bottom. Okay.
No, it's terrible. I'm rough enough as it is, man. Dude, me telling you I'm going to be nice, you'll be happy. It'll be plenty rough for you.
On that, what a note to go out on, because we could probably talk into my next show at 7:00 Central tonight when we have the LCS guys on. But
About sexual obsession and assault and battery.
yeah, it is going to involve
Dry
sex and
fucking.
again.
Nothing like a good dry fuck.
Yes. Things like
When I was in high school, I've got a friend out there. I'm not going to name you Joel, who's a war vet. He's got the Bronze Star. He's an awesome guy. He's a fucking maniac. Just retired from his service. When we were in high school, oh my God, we were in the gym locker room, and he was bragging. He was bragging about how he banged his girlfriend the night before for 45 minutes straight. But Joel used powdered condoms. So he bragged about this, about how he fucking nailed it shut, how he was banging her for 45 minutes straight. He was all proud of himself. Well, I went to high school with this girlfriend, and we were in different schools. So the day after, he was bragging about his 45-minute fucking endurance test with a powdered condom. Guys, ladies and gentlemen, powdered condom. No, bad. And so his girlfriend was walking around in class the next day in sweatpants, and she was limping. Oh, she was walking around like she was John Wayne, who fucking rode the cattle in. Oh my God, it was terrible. And she had these big baggy sweatpants. I'm sorry. I'm dying. Oh my God, this is real. She was really limping around. Joel, I love you, buddy. I know you're going to hear this at some point because I'm going to send this interview to you, you cocksucker, Joel. He's a maniac. This dude's a maniac. Like, he's in Antarctica, and they're doing testing on, like, how long you could survive in freezing cold water. So they carved out a square in the ice, and fucking Joel is in his clothes, and they got, like, a rope on him and shit, and there's, like, guards there because he's part of the army. And he's in the fucking water in Antarctica. And they're like, okay, we're waiting to see how long you could last. We're going to have you in here. And they counted down how long. And like, how you doing, Joel? He's grinning from ear to ear the whole time. Oh, my God. He's smiling. And he fucking got out of that ice hole, man. They did not have to pull him out. That motherfucker sat in that goddamn ice hole for at least a minute and a half straight. And then he crawled out with a smile on his face. And people wonder why I won't bow down to censorship. These are my friends. Well, this is a friend of mine. This is my buddy from high school.
How many brown stars fall in Antarctica? They're gonna narrow it down. All right, guys, gotta wrap it up. Come back tonight at 7
No,
p.m.
we can't let Lucifer go to bed. No, he can't go to bed. He's got to stay up. He's got that candy ass fucking handkerchief in his fucking pocket. He's smoking cigs. Smoking fags. He's sucking down fags. That's how we should put it. He's sucking down fags.
Just say I'm sucking a cock. Fuck's sake.
Smoking them down or sucking them down because we got to provoke the American audience. We can't let him go to bed. What are you doing, RJ? You woke me up, motherfucker. We're going to keep Lucifer up.
I got a show tonight about slug monsters in Conan that have vagina heads. That's literally one of the topics that's going to be on the show tonight. Is all the
sounds like a topic for conquest. So, Lucifer, your rebuttal about sucking fags?
Like I said, just call it what it is. Say that I'm sucking a dick. Say that I'm sucking a cock. Whatever.
No, I'm having fun with the fact that you're British. And the fact that a cigarette in England is known as a fag. Right?
Yes, we call them fags.
Did they ever phase that out? I figured.
It's a thing. It's a thing. I got lots of British friends, so it's funny for me this notion about language and what you're going to censor. Aren't you sucking a fag?
Yeah, I'm sucking on a fag right now.
There you go.
See, sucking a fag. We even have a meat-based dish here called faggots.
Oh.
There you go. We have a commercial on Gorecast. It's some kind of canned spreadable beef.
Yep.
It's from the 70s. And I play this during Gorecast, specifically Princess Beef Spread. That's what it's called. Lucifer, it's called Princess Beef Spread. And the commercial involves a boxer. And he's fighting, and he wins his fight, and then he gets himself a fucking sandwich with Princess, and it looks horrible, man. Oh, God, it looks like spam. Spam, 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 spam. I'm a big Python fan.
Fantastic. How can you not be?
Yeah, so it's Princess Beef Spread, and the boxer is like this beautiful white guy with long hair. Oh, at the end of my fight, I crave nothing more than Princess Beef Spread. I love the taste of beef in my mouth. Oh my God, dude, it's so fucking funny. Oh, Princess Beef Spread. You guys everybody at home, you gotta watch American Horrors. We got fucked up shit on there. And you, Lucifer, would love the channel.
It fucking sounds like my kind of channel. I'm going to be checking it out ASAP.
And it's free, man. You can watch it there free at AmericanHorrors.net. If you don't have a Roku, AmericanHorrors.net. We just relaunched the website. AmericanHorrors.com got hijacked. So we got hijacked. So AmericanHorrors.net is where you could watch it if you're in England. If you don't have a Roku.
No, I don't have a Roku, but that's all right. I'll still be able to watch it. I have my ways.
AmericanHorrors.net. AmericanHorrors.net for your princess beef spreading needs.
It's right there. You just tell it you're 18 years old. I don't think you have to take a picture of your license or anything like that. And then you hit enter and you start watching films. So
fantastic.
Yeah, it's a linear stream, so it's not VOD. What it is, it's a TV channel, and okay. There's no schedule. And so people go, Hart, I want a schedule. How come there's no schedule online? Motherfucker, when you go to Coachella, does Daft Punk give you a playlist?
That's such a brilliant argument. That's fucking
It's
brilliant.
The truth. It's the truth. Yeah, I love rave culture. I love the whole EDM scene. That's my jam, man. I'm a metal guy. I'm a Waking guy. But when you go, does Iron Maiden give you the set list when you bought your concert ticket? Fuck you, they don't. When you tune into American Horrors, you know we're going to rock. You know we're going to bring the pain. You know we're going to fuck with you. And it's going to be unwoke. Our channel is unwoke. Fuck this woke bullshit. It's unwoke.
Excellent. It sounds like my kind of channel.
Tune into American
Lucifer. In fact, I got to come on your show, dude. I like what you're doing. I like your presentation. I like your cute little suit. The artwork on your book is fantastic, and we haven't even talked about the Boneyard Press Ed Gein book.
No, we haven't. Which means we're going to have to do this again at some point on
Yes,
my channel.
Your show.
Hell yes, I am so up for this. And I tell you
RJ,
what, Hart,
we're not going to hang up. We're going to keep talking. RJ, you're fucked. We're going live longer, man. You fucked, dude.
I'm gonna make that. I'll
Get the
be back.
popcorn. We're doing it, man. You said I'm on Jack and Coke number 6, which means I'm lit. I'm awake. I don't need the coffee. We're ready to go now.
Yeah, 3-hour warm up is done. Now we can start the show.
As a long distance swimmer, that's what my coach said. Like, I was a long distance swimmer when I was a kid, and I'm an endurance person. And so I was a 500-yard freestyle guy. So that's 20 laps of freestyle swimming. And my coach said the 200-yard freestyle was my warm up.
nice.
And when I swam the 500-yard freestyle, my last 4 laps were always faster than my first 4.
Nice.
That makes sense, though. Actually,
Yeah.
I can dig that. Oh,
Well, as a creator and as creators, like if you're on set, like Lucifer, I think you need to be making some films. I think your vision would translate very well. The stories you're talking about,
Yeah.
to me, I really, really think you should experiment with short films. They could be 5 minutes, they could be 10 minutes, they could be 20 minutes. You should be doing it, dude. I think your creativity is there, and now you know the head of the #1 fastest growing horror network around the world. Yesterday, the #1 country watching American horrors was Algeria.
Fantastic. That's amazing.
2.2 million viewers for the year so far. Average watch time 35 minutes per viewer. Suck that, YouTube. Suck it. Last year, our viewership for last year was 8 million viewers. Average watch time per viewer was 28 minutes. That's
amazing.
real.
That's amazing.
Average. Yep.
the first crowd.
You guys feel me, right?
I mean, if you had an ad for Ed Gein Demon Hunter on AmericanHorrors.net,
Yes.
I have no idea what that would cost, but you got.
Well,
the right
no,
people.
we're affordable. We're affordable, dude. In fact, I make breaks. I make deals with people. Like, hey,
Yeah.
you want to put a commercial on American Horrors for $5 a spot? I'll do it if I like your project. And you're going to get more.
Yeah.
Okay, if you advertise on American Horrors, you're going to reach your target audience for real without Facebook censorship. There's no censorship. Okay, the only thing I'll say is like no hardcore porn. We don't do
course.
dick and cunt. So that's my limit. Like, that's the limit. We
Yep.
don't do porn. No porn on the network. That's the
fair.
limit. But for your advertising, you could have tits and ass and all kinds of violence in your commercial that you could never have on Facebook. If you are trying to raise financing and you're doing a horror project, American Horrors is the perfect place to go, because my audience is paying attention. Average watch time 35 fucking minutes, guys.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
big.
I've talked with people about this before. They're like, how can I get more eyeballs on my project? I'm like, here's the problem. You're making a comic book and you're selling it to people who are already looking at comic books.
Yes.
I had one girl. She did a story. It was about sex dungeons and stuff. I'm like, quit selling it to the comic book people. Go find these channels that deal with the fetish market and say,
Yes.
hey, you like comic books?
RJ, you're absolutely correct. Okay, so all right. I worked for Marilyn Manson. I worked for Rob Zombie. I worked in the music industry. The project I worked on for Rob, I was trying to create a horror comic book store that would go on tour for Rob. And the notion was, when I worked for Danzig, when I ran Danzig's Verotic, one of the things I pushed for was the booth to go on tour with Glenn. So I pushed for it, and Glenn believed in it, and Glenn was there. And so Glenn was the guy's a groundbreaker. Like, for whatever you want to say about Danzig, for how much you want to make fun of the guy has really been there, and he's put his fucking money where his mouth is. And the guy has put himself at risk. And so I have a tremendous respect for Glenn outside of the fact that I know him as a friend. And I've been hired and fired and rehired by Glenn. I've had Glenn screaming at me in an elevator, screaming at me. Like, believe me, when you've got a rock star screaming at you in an elevator, that's a big deal. That's loud. It's fucking loud. Fucking loud as fuck. But he was right when he was yelling at me. It wasn't like something stupid. What he was saying was correct. And so what I did with Boneyard Press is I took Boneyard, and he did too. We set up the Verotic comic book store at his concert. Yeah. So the money management people were nervous about this. They didn't want to do it. They were frowning on it. And there's a lot of legal stuff to deal with the venues to have that booth. So what we found out was by the end of the tour that the comic book booth made as much money as the t-shirt booth.
Oh,
that's
geez.
big. That's big. Okay. So Rob Zombie was trying to create a comic book store that was filled with trade paperbacks. And the idea was you'd have a comic book store going on the Hellbilly Deluxe tour. This is when Rob first went solo. And I knew his tour manager because I was dating a friend of his. Long story short, she was fun. But so the idea was Rob gave me the job to try to create a touring comic book store that would tour with the Hellbilly Deluxe tour. And this is like 1998. And the demographic is 18 to 34-year-old males, which is exactly what you want. And the comic book industry shit on the idea. I went to everybody. I talked to Rob. I talked to Todd McFarlane directly about this. And these guys would spend $10,000 at a Chicago con and sell nothing. So the idea was you got to buy into the store. You need 15 grand. We need a certain amount of money to run the store, to have operators, to ship the shit, to pay for everything. But the idea was it's a trade paperback store at a rock concert where the audience you want is there. And that's how I knew the comic book industry was fucked. They all said no. All of them. To a man. This is 1998. I had a broken ankle at this point in time. Yeah. I broke it at Gokor and Gene the Bells fighting. And I'm on crutches. I had nothing better to do. And the industry said no to this. The entire industry, everybody, DC, Marvel. I'm not a fag. I'm not some fucking candy-ass nobody. I know everybody. That's the thing to know about Hart Fisher. I know everybody. I know I know Steve Jeppy. I fucking know everybody. I know the head of every publishing company on a personal level. It ain't like, oh, gee, this independent dildo that I've never heard of wants to talk to me. No, I'm Hart motherfucking Fisher. So they all know me. So I went and I tried to pitch this. I tried to make this happen. And this would have helped, man. This would have helped comic books. This would have helped expand the audience. Rob Zombie was a genius. The thing with Danzig, his money management people argued against me, but by the end of the tour, the booth made more money, same money as the t-shirts. And if you're in the music business, you know you make all your money on tour from the t-shirts and the merchandise. You don't make it from the record sales.
Well, the comic book industry doesn't want to expand. They want to bitch about it.
Yeah.
That is so fucking
cowards,
true.
They're failures. They're pussies. They want to stay in mom's basement. So I went through and I talked to everybody. They all turned me down. Every single motherfucker. Now go to a comic convention in Chicago and Marvel will spend $10,000 on lighting. They'll spend 15 grand on lighting at one show alone. So for me to say, guys, you got to ante up with 10 grand
and you're going to make your money off the trade paperback sales. There are no sales for Marvel at a show. They don't sell product. DC doesn't sell product at a show. They don't. So I presented them an opportunity to expand the audience, make more money, and they shit on it. And that's why the comic book industry is in the place it is. It is run by cowards. 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 Cowards.
Why? I mean,
Cowards.
the one thing that gets me is they've got these big ass movies coming out, but they don't put comic book stands in the fucking cinemas.
Dude, I'm with you, Lucifer. I am with
Right.
you, dude. I'm totally with you on this. I agree with you 110% on this. What? Is my phone go? Shit, I gotta plug my phone in.
I finally closed my curtain. The sun decided to come. We've been on so long, the sun has actually started to set where I'm at, and it's coming
shit.
right through the window at me with a million degrees of intense heat.
I think we've lost Hart again.
We've lost Hart, yes. He'll be back, I'm sure.
With his 7th Jack and Coke.
Yeah, he's probably getting another one. But yeah, well, the thing about the movies and the comics, though, Marvel won't do it because I think they'd be embarrassed. Because you know, and again, the LCS guy show that we do every other Saturday, Michael Tierney, tells the stories about people coming into the store after the Marvel movie. Say, hey, we saw Iron Man. We want to get some Iron Man comics. He's like, well, here they are, but Iron Man is now a teenage black girl. And they're like, well, we just saw the movie. We want that character. What about Captain America? Well, here's Captain America, but he's a Nazi. He's changed over. Thor is also a woman now, and Thor's out of the picture. Marvel spent 10 years and billions of dollars creating a massive advertising campaign for a product they don't sell anymore.
Absolutely.
It was crazy.
It's fucking crazy.
So what would you put in the store? What would you put in the theater that would it would be the thing? Like, hey, you just watched Iron Man. Here's Ironheart. We're not going to tell you the connection. You got to figure that one out. But
You've just watched Deadpool. You've just discovered that he's a thing, and you fucking love him. And we're going to give you Gwenpool instead.
Yeah, absolutely.
No.
You know what? We're going to count to 120 in my head, and if Hart doesn't make it back on, we'll assume that he's out of commission, and we'll let you get to bed.
No, that's fair enough. This has been fun, man. This has been so much fun.
Oh, and I didn't want to give you the warning that I'm like, when we get Hart on, buckle up. Because we've talked before. The show will go on. Hart has things to say, and I love that he's outspoken like that. I think he's done radio as well. He's done like call-in talk radio stuff.
That's excellent.
And I really do. I'm glad I was able to bring you guys together. I hope you can connect on Facebook.
Oh, absolutely. I love his passion. I love his energy, and I love the fact that he's only apologetic when he's like, I need more Jack and Coke. But when it comes to stories, he's unapologetic, and I have so much respect for that. It's absolutely amazing, and I will listen to his advice of maybe I should look at making like a short little film or something. I mean, you don't know till you try, do you? And if you don't know a producer now who's willing to look at it, exactly. And the guy knows what he's fucking talking about. So if he's looking at the work and going, well, yeah, I think you would adapt the film well, then is there a storm for it?
Definitely look at adapting it to film. And the advertising thing too. That was like just a off. You're trying to come in, Hart, but it's not connecting yet. So if you can hear me, it says device is not connected. Are you there?
Sorry, guys, my phone went dead. I was ranting and raving. I had to plug the phone in. I'm sorry. I was mid-rant. Guys, RJ, thank you for letting me fucking pontificate. Lucifer, thank you for tuning in and letting me pontificate. I really like talking to you, and I'm really interested in your comic book.
Thank you. I'll tell you what.
And Astroglide. We all need some lube. We talk about dry fingering, but Astroglide is your friend.
I tell you what, Hart, you send me a DM on Facebook with your PO box or whatever, and I'll make sure that copies of Ed Gein Demon Hunter get to you.
Thank you. That's pretty cool, man. I like that. I mean, I'm a comic book fan, but most comics these days are kind of bullshit. DC and Marvel, I mean, come on. Guys, ladies and gentlemen, to the artists out there, artists, you should know, if you capitulate, if you pander, if you do garbage that you think the audience will like, you'll be fucked. You'll be fucked.
Yeah.
You'll be fucked. The offices of DC Comics, me and my friend we're laughing our butt off. They have no office now. DC Comics has no office. They were ejected, and they've been put in this new Great Reset bullshit where when you're not there, somebody else is in your office, because it's not your office, just your space during the time, because we're going to put people in like gerbils on treadmills.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know what I mean? And so DC Comics has zero loyalty to the audience, the consumer, or the character. DC's garbage. Same with Marvel Comics. It's owned by Disney. Disney's involved in this stupid shit in Florida, where Florida enacted a law in which they don't want to talk about transgender stuff with 5-year-olds.
Or any sex with 5-year-olds.
Yeah.
It's not just that. It's, even mom and dad stuff.
Honestly, if you're 5 or 6 or 7, can't you just be a kid? Can't you just be a kid without being sexualized?
Yeah. You should know about storks and cabbage patches. That's
No, you should know about stranger danger and don't touch me here.
Yeah, exactly.
That's it. Until you're about I don't know, 10, leave it alone. We don't need to indoctrinate 5-year-olds with your bullshit.
Yeah,
and so I kind of agree with the Florida law. I kind of do, man. And I'm a counterculture dude. I'm a fucking outlaw motherfucker. But honestly, do we need to indoctrinate 5-year-old children sexually? No. I'm going to say no. So Disney, fuck you, man. I'm happy that Disney just had their tax-free status revoked. Their whole Disney World shit has been revoked. All of a sudden, they got to pay taxes like you or me. Oh, no, you got to pay taxes like you or me. Oh,
Did you hear that there's a U.S. senator now who is looking at revoking or at least not allowing to continue the perpetual copyright that Disney has continued to push forward?
No, you're right. You're absolutely correct. And in fact, I think this is applicable to our conversation as comic book artists, as creators. What we've seen is that the corporation of Disney has sought to extend their copyright protection, and they've gotten extensions from Congress. They've repeatedly gotten extensions from Congress. So now they're like, well, why are we giving this to you? Why are we giving this to you? Most people don't know. Sherlock Holmes is public domain, assholes.
Yeah.
Bram Stoker's Dracula's public domain. How about this, assholes? You cannot copyright a word. You can't copyright Omega. You can't copyright Dracula. You can't do it. So all you artists that have been cowed by this blitzkrieg telling you what you can and can't do, they're lying to you. They're psyching you up. I'm a fighter, and I like to fight. It's fun. I like to hit people. I don't mind taking a punch if I get to give a punch. I'm fine with that. I like pain. Pain's a clarifier. Suffering pain clarifies things. When you're hurt, it makes you focus on different shit. So this notion of Disney and Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Savage, a lot of the Shadow, they're all public domain, and that includes a lot of the early Marvel stuff. How old is Namor? How old is
Oh,
Captain
God, yeah.
America?
Yeah, exactly. It also includes some of the DC characters, like I believe Blue Beetle was a public domain character. Captain Marvel, Shazam, public domain.
Yeah, Shazam. Like the whole reason of Shazam, they like changed a lot of Shazam over copyright issues with Superman.
Yeah. And there was a small period of time where Superman fell into the public domain, but it was like a real tiny period of time, and they got that
what
sorted
they
out.
did is, here's the way the studios fucked the creators of Superman, his offspring. That's why it's called Man of Steel. That's why they changed the logo on his chest. They did that to escape their responsibility to the copyright holders. They fucked them. It's why I have a problem with DC. It's why I have a problem with Marvel. I grew up as a Marvel fan. I'm a Marvel fan. I make mine Marvel. And what I've seen is with the corporate shenanigans, they no longer care about the consumer. They no longer care about the copyright. It's all about money. And this really started when Ron Perlman took over Marvel. Ron Perlman was a corporate raider, and he took over Marvel in the early 90s. And that's when they started to try to create the Marvel Marts. And Marvel Marts were a notion where Marvel Comics said, hey, fuck all you regular fans, fuck all you guys. We are going to create a Marvel store, and that's the only place you could buy Marvel Comics is at the Marvel Mart. So they essentially took a piss in the eye of every retailer that supported them. And my feeling about me, it's Hart Fisher, publisher, Boneyard Press. I always felt that the retailer was my friend. I felt the retailer was my business partner. So I tried to work with my business partner to sell more books. And that's what I was about. I have a real problem with variant covers because I'm a fan. I want to read the book. And so what you're telling me, if you buy a variant comic, you just spent your money on a comic book you already read. So I've got a problem with that. It drives me crazy. They want it. The fans want it, but Jesus Christ, you should be about buying more comics and reading more comics. Fuck the variant. Fuck the variant.
Yeah. Well, it puts the publishers and the retailers in adversarial positions instead of partnerships.
Correct. Your retailer and your distributor and your retailer are your business partners, and that's how I felt. It's how I feel this way to this day. And I have friendships with store owners that have lasted 30 years. And I have friendships with these guys, even though they went out of business. They're not doing comics anymore. They're still my goddamn friends.
Yeah.
That's real. That's real. I care about the people I work with. They're important to me. My creators are important to me. My retailers are important to me. I know it sounds like a crazy thing to say is oh, I'm Hart Fisher. I don't give a fuck. But I do.
Yeah.
I do. They're very important to me, and they're part of the sales process. They are my business partner. They're my partner. I have to work with these retailers. I need to communicate with them. I need to facilitate their ability to make a living.
Yes, absolutely. Couldn't agree more.
Lucifer,
It's not what you think you'd hear from Hart Fisher, huh? You wouldn't think you'd hear this stuff from Hart.
But I'm glad that we have.
Lucifer, this has 11 days left on the campaign. Are you going to let it stop there? Or are you going to do the extension to that?
Wait a minute, RJ, what are you talking about? What do you mean extension? I don't know what that means. Help me, because I think some of your audience won't know.
With Indiegogo, you can set it up for up to 30 days. Or you can just say, hey, it's 60 days. If you don't go 60 days, you go less. Indiegogo says, okay, you've done
Jack and Coke number 7, assholes.
Yes.
By the way, your video is completely frozen, so we can't see that.
Son of a bitch! What the fuck? God damn it! Should I log out and log back in?
Nah, don't worry about it. But Okay, then don't worry about it.
So you want to know if I'm going to extend the campaign?
Yeah.
It's starting to look like I will, and if I do, I will only extend it by another 20 days. So I won't use up the full 60 days. It will be a full.
Am I unfrozen?
You are unfrozen.
Hallelujah!
So
I'm having a lot of fun. Thank you for dragging me out of bed, man. Lucifer, it's great to talk to you, man. Really good. You're a very handsome fellow.
Oh, bless you and your cotton socks. What do you want from me? It's that cuddle, isn't it? You want that hug?
Oh no, it's bad. I'm taking off my pants. You think I'm lying?
There they are.
There you go. The pants are off.
No longer.
So now it's a pants off dance off.
Okay. So, Hart, you asked about extensions. Indiegogo says, hey, you've reached the end of your campaign. Do you want to keep going? And they'll let you extend it another 30 days, up to 60 days.
Yeah.
The reason I was asking is because I want to do an experiment.
Okay.
And this would involve both of you helping me out on this.
Okay.
Lucifer, if you have a video, which you don't have on this campaign,
right.
or we could make one. If you had a video promoting this book, basically saying what it's about.
I'm sorry, you guys, but I'm a lot more nervous now that I have no pants on.
You're fine. You're fine.
I'm a lot more nervous. I'm concerned about what the camera can see. I don't want to show the goods.
Camera is you're actually off the perimeter of the camera. You're perfectly fine.
Yeah, but I don't know. I mean, the camera could flash. There could be some fucking balls. And
At any moment, he could start doing star jumps.
Yeah, lunges, things like that.
Oh, yes, definitely lunges.
Dude, should I get in the hot tub while we're talking?
I think that's a fantastic fucking idea. Why not?
What? Yeah, absolutely. It works for Amaranth.
All right, I'm going to put on fucking swim shorts, but I'm going to get in the hot tub. We're getting in the hot tub while I'm on live with you.
Well, here's
First
what
show I've gotten in the hot tub with.
Yes.
That's what sells clicks. I've seen it on Twitch all the time. In fact, I thought about
No,
getting my
I've
own
never done a hot tub show. I have not done a hot tub show. I haven't done it. We're now in my bedroom. Thank you. I have not done anything in the hot tub live. So you guys are going to get the first taste of Hart D. Fisher. Hart D. Fisher's Celebrity Horror Hot Tub. It's a television show we've been working on for American Horrors. And now that we've got the hot tub going, it's Celebrity Horror Hot Tub with Hart Fisher. Hold on while I put on my pants.
Nice.
or shorts. I would like to see if I could get a video with a link, or just make a video. I can do something in PowerPoint. I do everything in PowerPoint. I can make a slideshow. Yeah. If we made an advertisement to run on American Horrors,
okay,
I would actually be willing to pay for it just to see the impact.
RJ, you happen to know the owner of the network. This might be something that could happen.
That's what I'm saying.
I've
got everybody here. I've never seen anybody advertise a crowdfunding campaign comic. I've never seen anybody go outside of Twitter or Facebook. All they do is they do my little crap-ass things, podcasting with people, and trying to reach people who are already there.
RJ, your thing is not half-assed. You're an actual, real interviewer. I like your show. I like being on your show. I can't see the screen right now. Hold on. I'm going to get naked now. Hold on. Kind of naked. Here we go. We're getting in the hot tub, fuckwads.
We both started singing at the same time. Brown chicken, brown cow.
Oh, son of a bitch. Oh, that's so good. Oh, my God. Oh.
That's what she said.
Oh. That was last night. With Abby. Oh. My regular girl is Abby Jean Wilson. That's my regular chick, and she's kind of kinky. Okay. Can you guys see? Can you guys? Am I still frozen?
No, we can see you in all your glory.
Hey,
Oh, it's so good, you guys. Oh my God, I should have did this from the beginning. It would have made me too nice, though. I would have been way too nice. You belligerent Hart.
So here's, I want to do this. I want to make a video. I want it to be, what Hart, you own the network. What's the time constraint on an advertisement for something like this? 30 seconds, 15 seconds?
Depends on what you pay me for.
Exactly.
This hot tub's so good. Sorry, hold on. Let me set down this Jack and Coke. I can't even see you jackasses. Jesus Christ. Hold on. I gotta turn up this fucking thing. There's nothing on my fucking my phone. I can't see nothing. Can you guys see me?
We can
We
see
have our
you.
fans off. We can see you just fine.
I can't see shit.
You froze again, though.
Uh-oh. In the hot tub I froze?
You froze in the hot tub. Ironically.
Son of a bitch, because the router is like right there, man. Like the router, like I pay extra. Spectrum, you suck. You suck a dick, Spectrum. Your internet service sucks.
The router's right there, but it's shielded by all that aluminum siding, man. It's
Yeah. Well, okay. So you guys let me know where the camera is. I'm going to keep doing this. I am in the hot tub. And, oh, God, this is good. Oh, my God. I always felt like doing crowdfunding campaign videos from a hot tub would fuck me up. Like it'd be bad.
I think it would be great, personally.
So I want to do this. I'm gonna go with 30 seconds, which is an incredibly long time to talk.
Yes.
You think it's like you have to rush through it. No, 30 seconds. You're like and I'm done. What, 16 seconds? I got twice as much time to. Yeah. It's a lot of time. Give me a script. Give me a script you want it to say.
Okay.
I'll do the voiceover. I'll just do a simple slideshow presentation, with the covers. Send me the covers because I don't want to have to extract them from the campaign because they're embedded in other graphic things.
Yeah, that's cool.
Logo. I'll just do floating image, float over, fly past, different, going in different directions, but enough to where they can see the art, read the voiceover, end with the logo and the Indiegogo campaign. And I want to see just for myself if that impacts anything. I've seen it one other time and the impact was enormous, and it wasn't an advertisement. It was Mike Barron appearing on Fox and Friends talking about his Thin Blue Line. And that thing went up in numbers of tens of thousands of dollars within minutes of that interview.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm very much up for this experiment. I would like to see how that works, to be honest with you.
Even if it just doubles what you got now, which is $922 at the moment, 44 backers, I want to see the impact. I want to see what it would do.
Yes.
And I want to use it. I'm going to milk it for a show is what I'm going to do. I'm going to tell other people, hey, you should be advertising to your audience, and your audience is not comic book buyers because they're already buying comic books.
Absolutely. Like I've been thinking of sort of like taking a look online and seeing like if there's any true crime podcasts that like sell advertising space.
There are two true crime podcasts that are looking for guests. I have a fellow who comes on my show and talks about true crime, once a month or so.
Awesome.
Mr. Big on Twitter, and you would do well to talk with him.
I'm
he
up
talks
for
about
that.
mobsters and stuff. He's got books out about different mobsters and such.
Excellent.
Now his thing is more focused on mafia, but I bet he'd be willing to talk about some Ed Gein. I think we've totally lost him. He's not going to get out of the hot tub to reboot that router.
No. He sat there talking away, being like, rude motherfuckers, they ain't talking back. Well, I'll talk for them.
Exactly. He's probably talking to nobody right now, thinking he's still got us. So do that. Give me a script. I'll do the voice. Make this happen. I'll get with Hart. I don't know what it costs yet. Didn't sound like it was going to cost me a fortune. But it's worth it to me for investing in a show prep. So I'm going to write it all off as show prep material and research.
Yeah, that's great. If you want, I can record voiceover for you if you like.
Please do. You can do the whole video. I was just, volunteering services, but
oh no, I'll tell you what. I'll do the script and voiceover. You do the video.
Okay, I'll make the video fit the voiceover.
Yeah,
and
then we can go from there. Yeah, I'm very much up to see this. I want to see the results of this.
You know what we're going to do while he's gone? We're going to end. we're going to end before he gets back in here. So, fuck!
Speak of the devil.
Sorry, guys. The camera went dead. I got in the hot tub, and I forgot that the phone was going dead, so I apologize. I am now mostly naked. Oh, Hart Fisher After Dark. Look out, a hard day. Critical Blast. Hard day. Oh, here we go. You ready?
Oh, no,
you ready?
No. Here we go.
My pale, doughy body. Lucifer! Lucifer! God damn it!
And
we're going to make this happen, Mark.
I left the hot tub to talk to you assholes more. You should feel very pleased. You should be very happy. Like, oh my God, Hart Fisher got out of the goddamn hot tub. Massage hot tub, by the way. Massage hot tub. We're doing a new TV show for American Horrors I've been talking about for years, and it's called Hart D. Fisher's Celebrity Horror Hot Tub. So we're going to be shooting an interview series in the hot tub. We're going to be doing that. Lucifer, when you come out from England and you get your pasty ass out of England, we're going to put you in a bathing suit and have you in a hot tub.
Fuck yes. I am so down for this.
In the hot tub with you doing the interview. I was going to say...
Well, I'm looking also to have some stripper bitches in the pool, too.
Oh, God, yes. It'd be rude.
You're British. We all like tits.
Oh, God, yes. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Now, my current girlfriend's not a big fan of me having a bunch of strippers in the pool with big tits, but too bad, honey.
Stay like air.
You want to pay them bills?
Yes, absolutely.
No, fuck paying the bills. Dude, fuck paying the bills. I want to do it, man. I want to hang out in the hot tub with a bunch of fucking awesome horror people and a bunch of big titty strippers. Oh, fuck that. Fuck the advertisers. Everybody lies. They all lie. They're lying assholes. No, that sounds like fun to me.
Cool. I think that's a great idea.
We talked while you were gone. I almost ended the stream. I was hovering over the button. I told Lucifer, I said, you know what we're going to do while he's gone? We're going to end the stream. And you popped up and I said, oh, fuck!
That's right. Oh, fuck! Oh, son of a bitch! God damn it! Hart Fisher won't go away. It's like a bad rash. It's like mold. That's what I tell people. I'm like mold. I'll grow in the back of your refrigerator. You'll never get rid of me. I'm like mold.
That's the title for a comic book retrospective podcast right there. Hart Fisher won't go away.
Well, Lucifer, I gotta say, we're working on a comic book that is all true. This is terrible. Oh fuck. The title comes from Kevin Eastman. Hart D. Fisher's 10-ton erection.
I'm in. Sold.
Like Yummy Fur, it's all about stories about dealing with me. I'm a maniac. I know I'm a maniac. I know I'm a problem. I know I'm an issue. So the whole thing is about Hart D. Fisher's 10-ton erection. And we did this interview with Kevin on American Horrors when he was selling his office, like he sold his whole office for the Heroes Initiative. And me and him were talking and we were laughing. He's like, I want to see that comic book. Hart D. Fisher's 10-ton erection. So, Kevin, it's your fault. It's your fault, Kevin.
The cover of #1 has to be a parody of Mouse.
Yes.
No, it's got to be me with a big 10-ton erection. Like Yummy Fur. I'm thinking like Yummy Fur. Like we were working on a comic book that was... We were with the return of Boneyard Press. I was talking to people about this notion about a comic book that was all true tales of dealing with me. Because RJ, I'm a problem. Lucifer, I'm a problem. I'm kind of crazy, and I break the rules, and I like breaking the rules. So the notion was all true tales about things that the notion was like, look, guys, I want a real story. I'll run a real Hart Fisher story. Like, okay, I was in Chicago, 2004. And my friend, William Christensen, who publishes Avatar comics, I've known Will since he was 17 years old. It was Will's idea to do Jeffrey Dahmer versus Jesus Christ. Hey, Will, good to talk to you, buddy. It was your idea, and I give you credit. And my friends wanted me to keep, like, fucking with everybody. I fuck with everybody. I fuck with everybody. I fuck with everybody. I fuck with everybody. There's photographs of me with a goddamn 9mm Glock 17 jammed up fucking poor Christian's ass at a party with Tim Bradstreet and some of his friends. Oh no. Oh, did I give out a secret?
We need this picture.
God. I have them. I should send it to you, RJ.
And then get it put on a t-shirt.
But honestly, William's awesome. William's a good guy. William, we called him the business weasel. We really cared about him. He was a good friend of mine. He gave me a lot of good ideas. I have nothing bad to say about William at Avatar.
Nice. That's good to hear.
Yeah, for real, man. Like, okay, you know, as human beings, this internet age is crazy, where you're like digging up like what somebody did wrong, like 8 years ago, 10 years ago. I know Will. Like, I know him personally, like really, like know him, and I know why he started Avatar, and I'm so happy for him. I'm happy with what he did. I'm happy with what he's been able to accomplish with Avatar, but poor guy put up with abuse at Boneyard Press. Poor guy. Oh, these photographs of me with a gun jammed in his ass. Oh, Jesus. They're not online. You're only hearing me talk about this on your show, RJ, because you got me out of bed early.
They're not online yet.
Yet. Being the
They'll be online now. And everything I say is true. I mean, that's the funny part. That's the best part, is like, I don't have to lie.
I don't know if we'd be allowed to share anything that you gave us 7.5 Jack and Cokes in. Could probably be a legal case made there where, like, hey, no, not past the third Jack and Coke, you can't use any information.
No, actually, according to my lawyer, as long as I'm on top of the truth, I'm fine. And so I, as drunk as I am, I'm now drunk. Okay, so I'm loaded now. We're now, what, how many Jack and Cokes in?
8. That's your 8th one.
Yep.
So I woke up. You assholes woke me up 2 hours early, you sons of bitches.
Woke up and got him drunk.
I didn't drink any coffee. That's normal. Like, normally I wake up, I drink coffee. You fucking jagoffs, like, got me fucking on the air, like, drinking Jack and Coke right from out of bed. No, I got up like fucking 10 minutes before the interview, you jagoff.
That's the kind of guys we are. That's the kind of friends that we are. We wake people up to be like, you need to start drinking and talking.
You're a Brit. You know what I'm talking about.
Hell yes.
Okay, for the people who don't know, the British are different than us. You need to understand this. As an American who's been to England and had a British girlfriend, I was madly in love with my British girlfriend Rio from Surrey. You assholes don't know shit. You assholes don't know shit. So Lucifer, I don't talk no shit and I've been to the original church where they shot The Exorcist, not The Exorcist,
The
Omen.
Yeah.
Omen. And they brought him in when the Omen child freaks out when they bring him into the church.
Yes.
I've been there.
Nice. Fantastic.
I wouldn't know what to do with a British girlfriend because I've been an Anglophile since I was a little kid. Used to love to watch the Basil Rathbone movies, but when there was a British woman on there, I was like, if I were dating a British chick, and I wasn't 55, and she'd be like, so my clothes are off. Do you want me to get into bed with you? I'd be like, no, just keep talking, please. Just
Lucifer, your rebuttal.
I've dated 2 American girls.
We're going down to Jack and Coke number 8, you fucking faggots.
Yes. And with both of them, when I went over to see them, everyone that I met, including the girls that I was dating, they were all like, just keep talking. It doesn't matter what you say. Here's a phone book. Just read that until you go from the cover to the other cover.
It wasn't until I went to England that I heard anybody go, "Oh my God, your American accent is sexy." I experienced that when I went to Britain, and I loved it. I love my time in England. I will say I'm an Anglophile. I really love British TV, Red Dwarf.
I love Red Dwarf.
I love it, but at the same time, the British creators have talked to me about, man, I wish that they could play the national anthem at our sporting events. Weird thing to say. Oh, are you guys okay? Are you getting like Blair Witch? Am I doing Blair Witch with you? I got
a little nervous there.
But now we got the titties.
Oh, look at them. Nipples are hard. Oh my God.
A little nervous there.
Ooh, look out.
We're live with Hart D. Fisher, folks. And look at the eyeballs dropping off the video. We are down in viewership, like boom.
No, dude, the Jack Daniels was like full before, like.
Well, like George said, just pour a can of Coke in it and be done.
Yeah.
And I've already been in the hot tub. I only got out of the hot tub. The reason I'm shirtless for people tuning in now is because I was in the hot tub and the fucking battery in my fucking phone went out. So that's why you get to nipplage.
God closes the door, he opens the window.
Absolutely.
It's the truth. I wouldn't be normally doing this if I did not run out. I want to get in that hot tub again. As soon as I'm off the phone with you jagoffs, I'm getting in the hot tub.
Well, we're going to make that happen because it's been 4 hours that we're on here, and I have to
Oh,
get
no, we're not done. We're not done, RJ. I've hijacked the programming. We're going to be live on the air for another 12 hours. I'm just starting. I barely become lubricated. Oh, no, lubricated? What does that mean? What does that mean? He's lubricated. Oh, no. Look out.
He's talking about social lubricant, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, he is. Yes.
No, fuck you. I'm talking about Astroglide.
Now, is that bacon flavored?
Bacon flavored?
Bacon flavored lube. If you're going to have lube, bacon flavored lube.
No, that's for faggots. Sorry. But that whole bacon shit is bullshit. All that bacon shit is bullshit. That's for assholes who have nothing to deliver. If you got nothing of quality, oh, it's bacon. Oh, this piece of shitty meat, we're going to wrap it with bacon. It's a piece of shitty meat. Oh, but it's okay because it's got bacon. Fuck you. Fuck you. If you're a guy
substance and you want to make it taste like bacon, there's already bacon grease. Just use bacon grease. It tastes like bacon and it's slippery already. You don't have to disassemble it.
Valid point.
I'm sorry, fellas. I'm into quality pussy. As a porn director, as an experienced porn guy, as a man who's had it all, I'm about quality. Quantity is for fucking Walmart. Fuck that. That's assholes. I'm all about quality pussy. So, Abby, if you're watching, you should know you're quality pussy. So, Abby, if you're watching, you should know quality pussy. Quality. Quality over quantity. I don't want pussy on a sale price. That's for fucking people who don't get pussy. As a gentleman who's a refined, I'm refined, guys. You hear me and you think I'm like this evil horror guy, but actually, I'm a connoisseur of amazing women. So when I date women, they are amazing, and I know how to make them happy in a way that these modern woke dumb dudes have no clue on how to satisfy their women. Oh my fucking God. You poor sons of bitches. You guys. Oh God. If you are trying to pursue the woke, if you're virtue signaling, oh my God. Oh my God. You might as well be a eunuch. You might as well announce like my balls are in her purse. My balls are in his purse. My balls are in somebody else's purse. I'm sorry to fucking end this fucking interview this way, but honestly, dude, for real, bro. Where are your balls carried? Her purse? His purse? His purse? And I'm sure this will be cut on the online to make me look like a jerk.
By me, I'm throwing it all out there. I just leave it alone.
Lucifer, help me! Lucifer, son of Satan, help me! Son of Satan, help me! Lucifer!
Oh,
help
I'm not
me.
here to help. I'm here to make it worse.
Well, make it worse. Like, are you advocating against Astroglide?
No, I'm not advocating against it. I'm just simply putting out some alternatives.
Yeah, he doesn't.
Besides that,
he just takes a tablespoon of sand and puts it in there and shakes it up.
Sand? Oh no, we got barbed wire, broken glass. You know, there's more to life than sand.
And we lost him. We
lost Hart.
We must have. Get me voiceover. We'll make this ad happen. I will get I don't know whether to get a cost from Hart while he's drunk or to wait until he sobers up. I might get it cheaper while he's drunk.
That's true. That is true.
But all right, Lucifer, thank you for spending the extra 3 hours.
This has been amazing. This has been absolutely amazing.
So now you know when you do get Hart on your own show, you're going to have to schedule early, and you're going to have to be prepared for a long time. Folks in the chat, those who have stayed with us this long, thank you so much.
You guys are awesome. And the guys who backed the campaign during this show, fuck yes.
The link's below the video. Hit that link. Go out there and back Ed Gein Demon Hunter. And as always, while you were here, we just hope you had a blast. Good night.